so I'm live. I was just in Michigan. Dang. Let me go to Instagram. All right, she's not in the studio. I sent her the email, so I'm gonna start. Can't do it. Okay, here we go. Hey, hey, hey. Happy New Year's Eve. Everyone, welcome. Whether you're watching live on Facebook or you're watching from Instagram or YouTube, or listen, even on X, right? Formerly known as Twitter. You may be watching on LinkedIn. Wherever you're watching from, I just want to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gracias, shukriya. My name is Dr. Tina D. Lewis, and I am super ecstatic to be live with you right now. Now, I want to go over some things, but first, I want to say welcome, welcome, welcome. Aren't you excited? Can you believe that today is literally the last day of 2023? Or there are some things that you said you would accomplish this year that you're simply not done with yet? Or are there some things that you said you were going to do and you totally crushed it? Well, whether you're A or B, it does not matter, because it's not what you've done, it's not what you should have done, could have done, it's what you're getting ready to do. But I just wanted to come to do a culmination of 2023. I have some amazing guest speakers that have made an impact on my life, and I am 1,000% certain that if you give them the opportunity, if you just listen, if you glean from what they will share, that they too will impact your brand, your business, or absolutely your life. Now, my name is Dr. Tina D. Lewis. My background is actually medicine. And for those of you who know me, I graduated from USC Keck School of Medicine in Southern California. Yes, I am a native of sunny Southern California. And if anything is below 70, ladies and gentlemen, I am done. Get me out of there ASAP. I am the founder of Global Women Speakers. It is the number one platform for women entrepreneurs to share their message, sell their products and their services, and network with women around the globe. Just this year alone, let me give you a recap of 2023. Global Women Speakers have gone to 8 countries in 1 year. Yes, 8 countries. Now, some of you are like, well, why go to countries? Well, let me tell you, there's multiple reasons. The answer is a thousandfold. But the reason why you want to go to other countries because you are not a tree. We are not a tree. We were meant to go into the nations. We were meant to go and network. We were meant to be with other people. And you can make currency in different currencies. I'm going to say that again. You can earn currencies in different currencies. Now, the dollar is great, but you can also get paid by the pesos, the francs, the pounds, the dirhams, the nairas. Yes, we've been to all of those countries. We started off in Paris. From Paris, it was Madrid. Others went to Italy. Some went to Cape Town. Johannesburg was unbelievable. We've also been in Nigeria, the Philippines, Dubai, and Greece. Now, how amazing is that? That's incredible because here at Global Women Speakers, it's simply not about going to speak on a stage and simply sell your products. No, it's so much bigger than that. It is more than a conference. We create and curate an experience. Could you imagine? We just closed out Dubai. There were 2 days of a conference and 3 days of excursions. Anything from dinner in the sky, a safari, dinner in the desert, Abu Dhabi, Burj Khalifa, Museum of the Future, Miracle Garden, the Dubai Frame. Dubai Frame is so interesting. Do you know that the Dubai Frame shows you what Dubai used to look like the before and after? It's truly that. One part of the frame is the before, and the rest of the frame is the after of what Dubai is now. And I can tell you, I've only been back for a week. It was explosive. I've met some amazing people, built some strategic alliances and some collaborations, so much so that I am going back in going back in March, and then again in April, and then again in September. So I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, there are so many things that are happening in Dubai, but not just Dubai, South Africa, not just South Africa, the Philippines. And if you have a product, a physical, tangible product, or if you simply just have a digital product, you want to get it into as many hands, into many countries, any regions as possible. Yes, you do. I've learned a lot this year, and some of them I'm going to share. I know, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see a lot of people boasting or sharing or giving you inspiration and encouragement and motivation by sharing their wins. I'm going to share my wins too. But what I found is that it's also good to share my losses and share my experiences and share the things that did not work at all, because I don't want you to have to do the same thing I did to find out that it does not work at all. Right? I lost a lot. I gained a lot. I cried. I laughed. But most importantly, I am still here. And so for those of you who are going to be watching those wins, and 2023 was just simply not your year, meaning things happen. You had death in your families, death in your business. You were not mentally prepared for the things that occurred, or you had some setbacks, even some failures. If you've had those things this year and it just was not your year, it's totally okay. Because what I know is that all of those setbacks are set up for a comeback. And you can't go back and create a new beginning. But ladies and gentlemen, we can start from right now and create a new ending. And so I have a couple of questions for you guys, because ladies, listen, Yes, I said ladies. I know gentlemen, those of you who love us, we love to have you supporting us. We have something as a part of our organization called Trophy Husbands. And those are the husbands that support their wives, support their significant others, whether it's financially, whether it's going with us on our conferences and our excursions, whether it's traveling the world, you name it. If you are there supporting your spouse, your significant other, your wife in any other capacity, you are that trophy husband that we talk about. And so I want to share some things. We're going to have some guests that are coming on. We're going to talk about everything from finances, because guess what? Tax season is upon us. We're going to talk about taxes. We're going to talk about business credit. We're going to talk about funding. How many of you can use $100,000 in funding? Well, we have an expert to talk about that. We're also going to talk about AI. Yes, we're going to talk about AI, not just Chat GPT, but other artificial intelligence that you can use in your business, that you can use in your book publishing, that you can use in your marketing, in your promotions, and so many other things. We also, ladies and gentlemen, are going to talk about social media. If you do not have a digital product, you will be left behind. The era of digital products has been upon us, but it's now more than ever before. And so I want to encourage you to go and get that digital product, whether it's you're an affiliate of it, whether you are white labeling that product, or whether you're creating it yourself. You must have a digital product. We all know that in order to procure or accrue massive wealth, you must have three types of income. Go ahead and type three in the comments, three types of income. Number one is passive. You must have passive income. Number two, you must have residual income. Number three, you must have leveraged income. And the latter is where you're paid from the efforts of other people. And residual is something that you do once, but you're paid over and over and over and over and over again for it. Passive income is where you're making money truly while you sleep. And ladies and gentlemen, we need all three of those types of income. And what I would like to share with you right now is, how did your new year start in January 1 of 2023? Do you remember? Do you recall? How did it start? For me, I founded Global Women Speakers. I was literally called, the six-figure queen, expert, etc., all of those things. And so I made my first six figures in 45 days. And I said, I'm going to show others how to do it. And I implemented the six-figure incubator. And through the six-figure incubator, I was able to help women and men and business owners create a six-figure income. And I did it simply by implementing systems, right? If I had the right systems that could have created a seven-figure brand, then I would have done that in 45 days, or at least, in that same 12 months versus the 45 days. And there's a book that I am going to recommend. I know there are a lot of great books. Matter of fact, some of the books that you feel that help you in your journey to build your empire, to start your business, etc., I want you to put that in the chat, whatever that book was. But here's a book that I want to share with you right now. This is a book that we are reading in our book club. If you can see it, we're reading this in our book club right now. It's called $100 million Leads. And the subtitle is How to Get Strangers to want to buy your stuff, where they're compelled to buy your stuff. This is an amazing book. It's by Alex Hormozi. And I am totally a fan. Not just with the book, but the way he launched the book. It was explosive. If you know anything about Alex Hormozi, I want you to hashtag Alex in the chat, because all books are not created equal. I want you to be intentional with where you spend your time, not just the places, not just the people, but in what you indulge in. Whatever enters your eyes or your ears or your spirit is extremely important. And so I would love for you guys to check out this book, but only if you want to get strangers to want to buy your stuff. People love to buy, but they hate to be sold. I'm going to say that again. We love to buy, but we hate to be sold. And so I want to share just 5 things with you right now. 5 things, whether you are in the beginning, right? Either you're an early stage entrepreneur just now building your business, or if you are a veteran and you've already grown 6, 7 and on your way to 8 figures, these 5 things really, really matters no matter what. And I can tell you this, I had a mentor and his name was Marshall Silver. He was a hypnotist out of Las Vegas, Nevada, and he had a program called First Million. First Million. How many of you, by a show of hands, know that you were meant to make $1 million? Because at this point in our lives, $1 million truly is just a pittance, but it means a lot to some people. And those are the people I want to talk to. How many of you knew without a shadow of a doubt that you were meant to gross, $1 million within 12 months? Anybody? Well, for me, I know that I was. And at the time, his name was Marshall Silver. He was in Las Vegas and he had a program called The First Million. I'm like, I am going. It's calling my name. It has my name written all over it. I can taste it. I can feel it. I know that it's for me. And I can tell you when I got there, one of my mentors, invited me, so I got in absolutely complimentary. But of course, doing his speeching, doing his teaching, his training, he offered a program, and I can tell you it was I think it was $6,000 or maybe $3,000, but it was an amount that I did not have at all. Matter of fact, I think my account was negative at the time. And it wasn't the first time my account is negative, and it definitely hasn't been the last. But at that particular time, my account was negative. I did not have any money, but my palms of my hands started to sweat. I knew that I wanted it. I was on the edge of my chair, holding it intensely. I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to have it. I got to have this program. Got to have it. It will absolutely change my life. Most people were thinking it can change their business. But for me, at the time, I knew that it would change my life. And so, you know what I did? Have you guys ever heard the term dialing for dollars? Dialing for dollars. That's exactly what I did. I took my cell phone into the hallway and I literally started from A. I called every single person and my voice was shaking. I was like, please, can I borrow? I just need, $3,000. And I'll pay you back. And I started to do creative financing of how I would reimburse them and how often I would make the payments, et cetera. And I went all the way from A. Everyone was, I can give you 100, I can give you 200, or I just don't have it, or I was going to call you and ask you to borrow money. It was that kind of situation. And I went from A to B to C to D to E to F throughout the entire alphabet until I got to P. Just think, everyone's saying they can lend me 100. 100 was not going to take anything off of a $3,000 or $6,000 program. So I continued to dial. And this time I'm starting to give up because I'm halfway through the alphabet. I have dialed from A to B, C, D, E, F, G, H. I am on P. And I call a couple people, same thing. And I'm getting weak. I'm getting discouraged, tears streaming down my face, because I really wanted it. Have you ever wanted something so bad, but you were so far from getting it, you had absolutely no idea how it would happen? Well, that was me. And when I got to P, I called a mentor who mentored me as a volunteer at the Watts Health Center. Because see, I come from an engineering background. In order for me to go into medicine, I had to have the biological sciences contrast to the physical sciences. So I had a mentor. His last name started with P. And I'm on the phone talking to him, and I remember it as if it were yesterday. I'm on the phone saying, please, 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 can I borrow it? Can you charge it? I'll pay you back. I'll pay you weekly. I'll pay you monthly. I'll do whatever. And I'm talking. Actually, I'm not talking, ladies and gentlemen. I'm rambling. Have you ever been there where you're crying, you feel it, your hands are shaking, your voice is trembling because it's something that you know that you gotta have no matter what? Well, that was me. And on the other end of the phone, when I got to P and I called my mentor, and what he said was, sure, no problem. I'll put it on my American Express. But ladies and gentlemen, I was still begging, beseeching, crying, talking. I didn't hear that part. I continued to go into how I would pay, I would add interest, etc. Until he finally said, Tina, listen, I can't do this right now. I'm with patients. And he gave me his credit card. I'm writing the number down, crying, like literally at this stage. And the paper's wet because I had my tears. And I turned the paper in and I was super excited. And ladies and gentlemen, that course, First Million by Marshall Silver, literally didn't just change my business. It literally, absolutely changed my life. And I share that story to say that it's not how you start, it's truly how you finish. And I don't care if you are sitting on a mint right now, physically, or if you've lost everything and you're just trying to recover, you're just trying to get past 2023 day by day by day. And to be quite frank, you're absolutely astounded that it's over. You're like, yes, it's over. If that's you, that's perfectly fine. What I did discover about life, about business, about finances is going to ebb and flow. It's going to ebb and flow. What's different is the people who position themselves to be prepared for that ebb. That was not me. I had a lot of ebbs and I was not prepared for it. And you know what happened? It caused a lot of strain on the people that were there to support me because they were prepared for their ebbs, but I was not prepared for my ebbs. And so my ebbs really reflected and impinged on them and their livelihood. And I'm so grateful to God for many that who have been there for me. But just think about this. As a kid, I didn't travel. My mom is terrified of flying and heights. So we never traveled as a kid. And so I tasted traveling in my 20s and then more frequently in my 30s. And then you know what happened? You know what happened then? Once I tasted traveling, and I would read like Bible and scripture and things, and I would read about geography, natural geography, and other places and other things. And I'm like, wow, I want to go there. I want to see that. Pyramids, oh, I want to see them. You know, talk about Greece and the Mediterranean Sea. I want to see that. Athens, the Acropolis, I want to see that. Dubai, the largest building in the world. I want to see that. I wanted to go. And that curiosity that was still in me, that's instilled in all of us as children, that sometimes our parents, out of good faith, rob us of. Let me do a side note. If you're a parent or a grandparent and you have small children and they're being curious and they're not going to harm themselves, please, I beseech you, allow them to be curious, allow them to explore. The world is different now. And you keeping them in a cage where they can't go out and play with other people, they can't run around your house because you're afraid they're going to get hurt. When you take them somewhere, you're so afraid of how you look that you don't want your kid to climb, to go look out the window, or to do other things, to just explore. I'm going to say, please, let's have a new paradigm shift. Let's have a brand new perspective where we allow them to explore. Because here's the deal. When you think about all inventions and most billionaires, it came through curiosity. It came through exploration. It came through innovation. And those things could not have happened if they were shut into a little box or a cage. And I can tell you this, they may find the cure. They may discover something. They may be the first of something in your family or simply in the world. They may write history. And it is my prayer that you check your heart, that you check your parameters, and you just allow them to go. Allow them to be creative. Buy them the things that matter. Those puzzles, those fine motor skill toys, that drawing board, that microscope. I remember for me, it was a little game called Operation. Everyone would be outside playing. And let me tell you, I didn't have a lab coat, but I always knew that I wanted to be a surgeon. My initial goal was to be a cardiothoracic surgeon. I didn't have a white coat, but you know what I did as a kid? I would put on a sheet or a white towel because I was the doctor doing the operation game. And for those of you who are too young to know what the operation game is, it was a game with a body, and it had little holes in it where bones were inside of the little cutout space, and there was a metal device that looked like tweezers, and they were metal, and the size of it was metal. The sides of the opening were metal as well. And if those tweezers touched the metal side of that game, the red light would go off and it would make this horrific noise like eek, eek. It was just crazy, but I love to do that. So everyone else was outside. I was there trying to make sure that my hand was so steady that I could get the bones out without touching the side. And you know what happened? It began to increase my belief that I could be a physician, that I could be a surgeon. My mom didn't deter me from that. I would carry that game everywhere, and she'll be like, oh my God, just leave her alone. Just let her be. All the other kids were running in, come play, come play. I'm like, wait, wait, wait. Let me get this last bone out. And so I want you to think back to a time when you were so curious that you discovered something that you either loved, that you wanted to do, something that you wanted to share with other people that you cared about, or something that was so profound you had to tell somebody. We all have it. And so the 5 things that I wanted to share with you, I'm going to save for later because we have a very special guest who is unbelievable. I call her the Quiet Storm for multiple reasons. I met her in Paris, and she is the humblest, meekest woman that's powerful that you will ever meet. She is God-fearing. She loves people. She has a servant-driven model. She serves people. So much so that I remember I called her a couple of weeks ago, and she was like, well, I got to go because we're out serving food. It was for Thanksgiving. She was out serving the multitude. And you know the saying, WWJD, what would Jesus do? And I think if you want to find out what she would do next, say WWJD, and I promise you, you will find her there. I'm not going to keep her a secret, even though she's tucked away in the green room. I want to bring her to fruition. But before I do, I just want you to go and get your pen and paper. And matter of fact, go get your credit card too. She may have a book, a candle, a scarf, or something to offer. And I'm telling you, it's not just another book. The scarf is classic because she is a diva, make no mistakes about it. But the things that she sells and that she offers is truly so she can continue to do good for others. She doesn't keep it for herself. It's not her wanting to be wealthy or rich off it, because to be quite honest, she's invested a lot of money into her inventory. But she is a teacher. She is a coach. She is a licensed therapist. She saves marriages and relationships. She is an advocate for the union of marriage, so much so that she has a retreat coming up. Can anyone say Jamaica Mon? Can anybody say Jamaica Mon? Yes, it's called Jamaica Boot Camp. She's going to have some explosive things. I am going to be there, but I am not going to steal her thunder. I'm going to let her tell you, because we're going to simply talk about, single women. We're going to talk about married couples. We're going to talk about the retreat, and then we're going to talk about entrepreneurship. She is a keynote speaker and will be speaking at Shay Brown's. Oh my gosh, I just love him. He's absolutely incredible. She's going to be speaking at his event called the Comeback Champion. And I want you to go and register. Support Shay, support Sharon, support all the other global women speakers that are going to be a part of it. But here's the deal: when you support people, it's you planting a seed. And when you need a harvest and you're ready for a harvest, will it be there? Did you water the seeds that you planted? Did you plant any seeds? Or did you just keep all of the seeds to yourself? Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I want to bring to the forefront to introduce to some and reintroduce to others none other than my friend, my sister, global women speaker, ultimate member, the Dr. Sharon Arundel. Dr. Sharon, are you there?
I am here. I
Hey,
am
gorgeous, how are you?
I am good. Thank you. How are you?
I
What
am
a great
absolutely amazing. Thank you.
yeah. What a
Look at
great
you.
day. This is a
Yes.
great day.
You know what it
Um,
is, Dr. Sharon. Mm.
this is a great day. Exiting one year to another is always amazing, but this seems more amazing to me than before. I see 2024 as a year of more, not just for me, but for us, for
Mm.
the people, especially the people who say they believe in God.
Ooh.
It's a year of more, and God wants more for his people. And we need to stop hiding in the shadows, as I have done so often, hiding in the shadows because we talk about humility. And sometimes it gets to the point where it becomes stupidity for some because we grow up in the church. And so here I am, no longer in that state of stupidity. Thank you, God, for everything that I've learned, especially in 2023 from you, Dr. Tina, and all that you've invested in me coming out of the shadows. And it's very uncomfortable, as you know,
Oh my gosh.
but
Listen, you guys, when she says it's uncomfortable, she is Jamaican. And if you've ever upset a Jamaican woman, then you know what I'm talking about. She just like she's done, she's quiet. Like she was like, I'm not doing it. That's not what I want to do. Nope, I'm not doing it. I can tell
right,
you this. She is a firecracker.
well, you get to a certain age, right? I just had a birthday,
I
and
know. Wait, no. I have to sing happy birthday. Her
no,
birthday was actually like 4 days ago. Was it 4 days ago?
yeah,
3 days?
December 23rd.
Yes. Can
Hmm.
you believe that, you guys? And I'm not gonna even tell you her age. I'm gonna let her tell you because you're not gonna believe it me. You won't even believe her. But if
Yeah.
you are watching us live or you're catching the replay, please hashtag happy birthday to Dr. Sharon. She is unbelievable. I cannot believe this woman's chronological age because definitely mentally, physically, it's not the truth.
Mm.
It's definitely not the truth. And so, Dr.
Yes.
Sharon, I just want to say happy birthday to you again. I ask
Thank
God
you.
to bless you exceedingly, abundantly more than you can ever ask or imagine. I ask that He grants your heart's desire. And I thank you for saying, you know what, I am coming out of my shell because I know without a shadow of a doubt, I mean, you've already surpassed what you would have done on your own. But now you saying you're coming out, listen, she's kicking the new year off already. Listen, already by speaking on an event as a keynote speaker. She's going to be in Paris. Like, that's crazy, right? When people say they're going to do more, she's like global. That's who Dr. Sharon is. She has an anthology, and we're going to talk about that because she is so, when I'm talking about humble, she's even made room for you to be a part of it. And so, Dr. Sharon, I am honored that you're here. I'm going to move myself to the back and move you to
Mhm.
the front, but I would love for you to do two things. Two things, but number one, I just want you to tell them who is Dr. Sharon? Where do you come from? Dr. Sharon, over to you.
All right. My name is Dr. Sharon Arundel, and as Dr. Tina was speaking about something that you want to do in life, I press back and go to where I was sitting at my grandmother's feet, literally pedaling, helping her to pedal her sewing machine because I wanted to be like her. I wanted to design gowns, evening gowns and dresses for women. And so I started peddling. That's all I wanted to do. It got to the point where I started ripping apart my mom's clothes just to make myself outfits. And people would ask me where I got them from. And I would say I made them. That became a designing field for me. I went into it full force, designing wedding dresses and evening gowns for women all over New York. Until it crashed, right? It crashed, but it didn't crash and burn because I still do that sometimes, try to put it together and do the glamour thing as much as I can. But coming out of that, I literally came out. You know, Diana Ross made a song years ago called I'm Coming Out. It's the theme song for me because I came out and reinvented myself, went back to school at the age of 40, determined to do something so that my children could survive because I became a single mom. So a lot has happened, a lot has transpired. I've been through a literal flood, swam out of it with my children. All kinds of crazy things have happened. And sometimes when I talk about myself, I feel like I'm having a outer body experience because I remember it, but I don't remember it as being me. I remember it as me going through that so that I can help somebody else not have to. And so today I am, oh, so many different things come to mind when I think about what I am. But when I sat with God in 2023 and really asked him a question, I mean, I was listening to one of my favorite speakers, Dr. Cindy Trim, and she, you know, her talk, the presentation required that you go and sit with God and ask him, who does he say that you are? And sometimes we get a little scared about that because what if he says something and it doesn't even line up with what we're doing? But I took courage and I sat in my little room where I sit to do many things. And I said, Lord, I'm not moving from here because I want to know who you say that I am. And, you know, throughout the years, you know, it has come up, but not in such a specific way. And I could, whenever I would ask my husband, why did he marry me? You know, we got married late in life. I was 60, he was 60 something. And so needless to say, I'm stepping over the threshold to becoming 65, but that's just a number. That's just a number. And when I sat to ask that question, what came back to me, because he always says he married me because I'm brilliant. And I would laugh at that. You know, I'm brilliant. That's why you married me. You know, you want to hear you're this, you're that. You don't expect to hear that. But when I went to God and I was requiring, you know, who do you say that I am? And what came back, and I wrote it everywhere, put it up everywhere because I don't want to forget. And I challenge you today, going over into 2024, to ask God, who do you say that I am? What did you make me for? Who am I? And so what came back was, you are a reflection of my brilliance. You're a reflection of God's brilliance, to bring hope to the hopeless, that he intentionally created without missing a stitch in the tapestry. That's who I am. So every time somebody asks me who I am, that's who I am. And so when I broadcast that, then you go, well, what in the world does that mean? Well, this tapestry was created by God and he didn't miss a stitch. He knit me together in my mother's womb so that I could come today and tell you that I'm a counselor, Christian therapist. I work with people, couples. You know, I've been divorced twice in this lifetime. Never ever thought that that would happen to me. Not the person who had parents who were married forever and ever. They did not raise me for that. But needless to say, it happened. And now I get to challenge other couples, and I get to do pre-marriage, marriage, and divorce care because I understand all three of those things. I understand what it is to be pre-married, what it is to be married, what it is to be divorced. And so I get to reel in these couples that are facing all kinds of craziness. So that's what I do as a counselor. This past year, I was able to create something for my single woman because I've spent a lot of time being single, single prior to marriage, single after divorce, and so on and so forth. So I created a program called The Waiting Room. The Waiting Room, wait for the dream. I often call my husband my dream guy, but a dream guy, he's the dream guy for me. Anybody else's dream guy could be a nightmare for somebody else. So you have to set yourself in place as a woman, waiting correctly. And so God inspired me with the waiting room, and the wait means woman aligned and authentic, independently thriving. That's what every man wants. If I wasn't doing that, when my husband met me, he wouldn't be able to say that what attracted him to me was my brilliance, because I had become that woman, authentic and aligned, independently thriving. And that's what he saw when he met me at Home Depot, ladies. Home Depot. Don't let go of those meager places, because you never know who you might meet. And so I developed that program, and it started for the first time. And my major cohort was all the way in Australia. And she kept saying to me, where are the American people? Where are the American women? And so that's that part. On October 21st, I was asked to speak at a gala. It was a survivor gala for cancer, people who have been through cancer. And I asked, why are you asking me to speak? I've never been through cancer. I've been a caregiver for somebody, but I've never actually experienced this. And I listened to all those testimonials, and my topic that I talked about was from surviving to thriving. And when I sat down, something in my head space was like, what? You need to do something. You need to do something here. You need to write something. You need to get these people. Because I was listening to all these testimonials, and I'm like, this is a book. These people have books, but they just don't know they have books. And so coming off of that, in November, I was inspired to do an anthology. This is me coming out again. I've never actually spearheaded an anthology. So, what was the topic? What is the topic? Well, my topic that night was from surviving to thriving. The topic of the title of the book is Down But Not Out, from surviving to thriving. And the anthology is, the authors are supposed to be either woman, it could be men, I guess, but I put it out there for women who have either thrived through or thriving through, or you took care of somebody who you watched thrive through. And it's dedicated to the person that I was able to take care of, my daughter's mother-in-law, who fought that thing for over a decade. And I literally sat there and watched her fight to the bitter end of her life. And so part of the proceeds for that will go to my favorite charity, which is St. Jude's Research Center, for all those little children trying to thrive through that disease that has taken out so many. And so I'm hoping I can get some amazing authors.
Yes.
Their story. Your story is not for you.
No.
Your story is not for you. Your story, if you are thriving and have thrived, and because we've passed survival now, we're into thriving. If you've done that, somebody needs to know so they can thrive. Somebody needs to know. And so that's what I'm working on right now. That's my new baby. I have so many babies, you know, so many,
You
so
have
many
triplets.
babies.
You have twins and triplets.
Just keep bubbling over
I
inside of
love
me.
it.
I'm excited and I want everybody else to be excited. I get to speak all over the place. Who would have thought, you know, who would have thought that I would be standing in front of, I always stand in front of the church. That's not an issue. I can stand in front of any church, any congregation, but who would have thought I'd be standing in front of people that have no idea who I am?
All
And
over
they're
the world.
wondering, where in the world did she come from?
All I know is I'm taking notes. Like,
I'm
so
sorry,
yes. So your
my
dream
dream
husband, and you got
guy.
married at 60 years old.
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
Wow. Hey,
Yeah.
ladies, for those of us that are 50 and above, like literally, there is hope. Did you hear that? She got married when she was 60 years old. Dr. Sharon, is your son close by you at any chance? Because there's feedback.
It's my phone. Yeah, let me turn it off.
All right, perfect. And so 60 years old, she got married, you guys. And I have a saying that says you can't teach what you don't know, you can't give what you don't have, and you can't lead where you never been. She already
It's
said
so
this
cute.
twice. So do you think she knows something about savoring a marriage or giving healthy advice to single women who want to be married? She says she's found her dream guy. Like that's huge, right?
It
So
is.
the fact that she didn't say, you know what, forget single women. I am just going to do married couples because I's married now. Like I is married now. No, so it's for single women too. So I want to talk about your single women because it's called the waiting room. And I can say, a lot of us are in the waiting phase. Either you're waiting until you become better. Are you waiting for your Adam, to come? You're waiting for your Boaz, right? And so everyone is in a waiting phase, whether you're divorced and you're in a waiting room while you heal, so you can get back into, I would say, into being a helpmate and being a spouse. So I love that. That is so huge, the waiting room. And so, Dr. Sharon, you're the expert. What are some things that you recommend to do while you're in the waiting room? And you know what? That reminds me, Ayana Van Zant had wrote a book called In the Meantime. And this is
Mhm.
exactly what it's about. So, Dr. Sharon, just three things that you recommend women and just women do in that waiting phase.
Well, if I were to go to the actual program that I provide, I first talk about what it means to be virtuous, right? Um, we tend to, if we're biblically inclined, talk about that Proverbs 31 woman, and we love her. We love her, but when we look at her, it seems impossible to become her. She does all kinds of things. This woman is strong and amazing. So I talk about what it means to become a virtuous woman in this century, in this season. We talk about being authentic, keeping it real. We go on Facebook and all over social media and we try to look our best. I do as well. But what happens when we take off all of that and we become real, keeping it real, authentic? Authentic is what just about every man who's looking for a good woman is looking for somebody that keeps it real. I recently went to Cindy Trim's conference, and she talked about meeting her husband and taking off all that hair that she carries around and just taking off everything, the makeup and everything, and FaceTiming him and saying, if you can live with this, then yeah, we could get married. And so authentic, keeping it authentically real, aligned with yourself. What would that look like if you just aligned with yourself, aligned with God, aligned with yourself, and look at yourself? Look at yourself in a mirror. Many times when I ask my single clients, females to look at themselves in the mirror, they don't even want to do that because they don't like what they see. So, who are you complaining to? The person who made you, you're beautiful. So, we get into that whole area of beautifying ourselves. Like Esther took a whole entire year to just titivate, if you will. And how are you taking care of yourself? How are you taking care of yourself? Are you just sitting around waiting for somebody to come and marry you? No, 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 no. You got to be taking care of yourself, oil down, massage, whatever it is that you have to do to get to where you want to be. I am stepping over the threshold into 2024 where I become 65. So at 65, I want to be amazing. I want to look amazing. I want to be amazing. And in order to do that, I have to take care of myself. So I have to be aligned with God and with myself and independent. What does that look like? Everybody talks about being the boss of themselves and all of this wonderful stuff, but I talk about it being independently dependent on God. What does that look like? Because God wants us to be independent. He does. But he also wants us to be dependent on him because he realizes that everything we are is because of him. So I talk about, we get into that whole independent thing and we look at it from the point of view of social, whatever people are saying in society about independence. And also, what does the Bible say about that? Because I always got to stay with the Bible. For those of you who don't know, I am an ordained pastor. So I get to do this churchy and I get to do this all over the place. And so we talk about that independence, and then we talk about thriving, not just surviving, not just sitting around existing, not just existing, but living and thriving with who you are and actually liking who you are. Because if you don't like who you are, nobody else is going to like who you are.
At all. And you know what? Here's the deal, though, Dr. Sharon. Even if you love who you are, some people still won't like who you are. And that's okay, right? That's okay.
That's okay. That's okay.
I
A lot
love
of
the fact
people don't like who I am, and they especially don't like who I have become and am becoming. They just don't like it. But
okay.
it's okay. I love it. Love it. Yeah.
You know what? I love the fact that you shared Dr. Sandy Trim's story about she would take her hair around. It's kind of funny because I remember when I first started dating, my boyfriend, and I went for the first time to try a wig. And so I got this wig and I thought it was so cute. And I was like, oh, I look so, I just knew that I looked so cute that it was awesome. So I go to his house and I'm like, he said, so where were you? I was like, oh, I was getting my hair done. And I'm like tossing my hair around. And he went like this. He looked at it really close and then he looked at it again. He goes, oh, babe, it looks nice. And then he started looking at the top of it. He said, I have one question. He said, because the top was like really, it wasn't on my head. It was like up a little bit, like it was up a little bit. And he goes, why does it look like a little helmet? I started laughing so hard, almost peed in my pants for two reasons. One is the fact that he really had the courage, the nerve, the gall, the audacity to tell me that my head looked like that my hair looked like a little helmet. He said that it looked like I had a little helmet. And it was because, the wig that I had gotten, it wasn't like one of those fancy ones where they custom make it, they measure your head. It came off of one of those little foam, styrofoam wig holders. It's shaped like a little head. And so it had been on there for so long, I guess it just had that in there. But it was the most funniest thing. And so being able to be authentic, to be genuine in who you are, the fact that I was like, it's a wig, and I was able to take it off and just brush my hair. So I love that, Dr. Sharon. And that's one of the biggest things oftentimes. And so I believe that we all should, at one point, take off our lashes, our wigs, our makeup, and just be so raw, authentic, be who exactly we were born to be and what we were born to look like, and share that with the person that we plan on spending our lives with. Right? Because, like she said, hey, if this is who I am, and if you can marry this, then you have a deal. You have a deal. And so, ladies, I don't know how we do it. I really don't. We have to do so much, and it's not for other people. It We say it's for us, but the other people don't even care. Dr. Sharon, we did an event. I had an event, and I wanted to have a panel of men, and we are talking about, hey, what do men want? What do they desire? We're wanting to get into their psyche to know who they really are and what they really want. And the things that they said were so contrary to what we as women, as the two X chromosome carriers, believed. Ladies, listen, I have on eyelashes. I love my eyelashes. Do you know the men were like, why do you guys wear those eyelashes? We're not interested in your eyelashes. One guy says, I don't want a girl with eyelashes. They look like little tarantulas. And another guy was like, and why do you guys wear wigs or weaves? And it's totally your personal choice. But I'm just giving you some of the things that the guys were saying. And some of them were like, hey, listen, if you like it, we love it. If you want to wear eyelashes, nails, wigs, weaves, you want purple hair, we love you just the way you are. And then we also have the other spectrum as well. And so I love that, Dr. Sharon. Thank you for that, because that is something to do while you're in the waiting room. You know what? Become your own best friend. Get to know who you really are, not just who you are when people are around, but who you are when you're alone. And that means with the wig off, that means with the lashes off, that means just walking around your house in total transparency, naked, if you will. Do you like that person? Do you like that person? And if not, you always can change. You always can change. Ladies, we are, I think, the biggest chameleons there are, because we get to change our hair color. We get to wear contacts and change our eye color. We get to change the length of our eyelashes, the color of our skin. We get to change so many things, so many things. But then there are some who are happy just the way that they are. And those are the ones that I totally embrace. And people always say, Tina, you look good, you look amazing. I'm like, thank you. But I can tell you this, I am on a mission to get a six pack. I made it public. We had the gratitude summit, Dr. Sharon, and I went and put on my Facebook that I will have a six pack April 2024. And I put that, listen, ladies, I put that in November. That means I had a head start at 60 days. And do you know what happened? I totally voraciously ate everything in sight. Ladies, I was on a seafood diet. I saw food and I ate it. I saw food and I ate it. And so I'm like, dang, I could have already had my six pack, but I still have 4 more months, and it is still my mission, because you don't have to change the goal. You just change the strategy. You change the vehicle, right? So if my goal is that I am going to go to Florida where Dr. Sharon is, and I say I'm going to be there on the 12th, and it's the 10th or the 11th, and there's no more trains left that's going to get me there on time, or I can no longer drive the 16 hours, then I'm going to have to catch a plane. I'm not changing my destination. I'm simply changing the vehicle and the route. And so, Dr. Sharon, thank you for that. That's awesome. So, number one, my takeaway was simply become authentic and get to know who you are. Number two was literally not just get to know you, but the second thing is, what do you really want? Is it for you or is it for someone else? Because I've just shared the opinions of the people in whom, I would want to attract. And so are we really doing it for ourselves or for other people? So know what you really want, because when you know what you want and you're unmovable, you're literally unshakable, you're you have that bulldog tenacity, and your teeth is in that thing you want, and you will not let it go, no matter what, no matter who, no matter when, because it's not a matter of if it's going to happen for me. It's never a matter of if. For me, it's only a matter of when, because it's going to happen. If I put my mind to it and I say that it's going to happen, it is going to happen. Period, point blank. So, not a matter of if, just a matter of when. And so, Dr. Sharon, thank you for thinking about the single ladies. Thank you for just being committed to marriage. It is a union. And as you said, we put in our minds and we let the society, the church, our parents tell us what it means. And so you mentioned that you never thought that you would get divorced. So you stayed many years where you should have already had left, according to you. And I appreciate you sharing that, because that is transparency, at its fullness. So I have that. So that is so funny. Like, I wrote that down in my notes.
Mhm.
And so
Yeah.
let's talk about, I mean, you've spoken in other countries. Is that correct?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I want to talk about your retreat.
My
Because
retreat.
if I don't know anything else, I know we all need a break, a vacay. We all need some water,
Yeah.
right?
Me
And I
too.
need some
Yeah.
oxtails and some rice peas. So let's talk about your Jamaican boot camp. So Sharon, back over to you.
Um, it's my boot camp. It's it started as a woman's retreat in 2017. Was just laid on me. I had no money. I had nothing. I just had a dream. And for those of you who have a dream, dream bigger and bigger and bigger. I just had a dream of taking some woman on vacation with me. I didn't know exactly where I wanted to go. So I said, let me just go to my home space, right? Jamaica. And so the first retreat was to Negril Beach in Jamaica. And I had 30 women with me on that retreat. It was a getaway. It wasn't one of those retreats where you just listen to speaker after speaker after speaker. It's never like that. It's really a getaway. We get to talk to each other. We get to, for those of you who have hair, I don't have any, but we get to let our hair down. We get to do all these things. And so it was a woman's retreat for a while. Um, and in 2018, we went to Daytona Beach. It was 50 women. In 2019, we went back to Treehouse Resort. That was our first time to Treehouse, also in the grill, right smack on the beach. The hope was to go back in 2020, but we all know what happened in 2020. The retreat was revived in 2023 and it became a couples thing. So I took some married couples right here to Florida. But in 2024, it'll be back to Treehouse Resort in Negril Beach. We're doing it as a double whammy because, as Dr. Tina said, I do not leave out my single people. I understand what it means to be single and feel like you're alone. Well, you're not alone. So it's a double whammy. It's a retreat for married couples and single people. The couples will get to talk to the single people and keep it real about what marriage is really all about. And we will just have a fun time uh, on that Saturday. For the first time ever, I will be doing a renewal of vows for those couples who want to renew their marriage vows right there on that beach. We will be doing quite a lot. I have a acupuncturist, doctor friend of mine, who will be coming with us to talk about taking care of these bodies in a natural, healing way. I have personal trainers for my singles, for my couples to just work us out on that beach. It's just a different type of retreat. You really have to come to experience it. It's an experience. It's an experience. We do have keynote speakers that are coming, but besides all of the speaking and the talking, we get to really talk to each other. We get to just sit around and for most of the day do absolutely nothing except for what we want to do. And so that's what my retreat is about. Jamaica bootcamp retreat.com. If you click that link, there it is. There it is in living color.
That is so awesome. I don't know if you can see the comments, but Dr. Bev said, yes, retreat. She said she loves it.
Retreat, retreat. Yes,
Yes, I love it.
retreat. Yeah.
And
Hmm.
because the definition of retreat is to literally take time out
Take time
to
out.
retreat.
Yes.
Um,
Hmm.
so I'm excited. I can't wait because
Yeah.
it's really an experience, right? It's really not just a retreat. The retreats you go, and every day there's something. Your entire time is totally filled with activities.
Hmm.
But I'm glad
Yeah.
you're sharing that you being the curator, you being the lead, the visionary
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
the boot camp, you said, you know what, I'm going to set aside and I'm going to allow time for downtime, for
Yeah.
regeneration, for rejuvenation.
Hmm.
So I
Yeah.
love it. I cannot wait. I'm super
I know. And the thing is, on the last night, we actually just have a big party with
hey,
everybody, single,
hey.
married, I don't care who you are. We just gonna dance the night away.
And listen, if I know anything about Jamaicans, you guys know how to party. I can't wait to see you guys doing your little dances.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be awesome. I am stoked about it. Okay, so we talked about the retreat. Now let's talk about the anthology. And for those of you who are wondering what an anthology is, how many of you, by a show of hands, would like to be an author? You've been writing
Mhm.
for years, but you haven't had the time or the capacity or the bandwidth to put it out, right?
Mhm.
An anthology is where each individual, male or female, they get to simply give a contribution. They get to contribute just one chapter for X amount of words. And so, Dr.
Mhm.
Lucia, tell me the title of your anthology and why did you decide to do an anthology versus you just simply writing another book because you have written some already? Dr.
Yeah.
Shannon, over to you.
Well, everybody kept asking me, are you going to do another book in 2024? And the answer would come back, I'm skipping a year. I mean, writing a book all by yourself takes a very long time. For me, a lot of research, a lot of soul searching, a lot of stuff. And so after the last book, Armored and Victorious, which I was so proud of and still am, I needed a breather. But I kept looking out there at all this anthology stuff, and I actually became an author for one of them. And just 1,500 words I wrote. But when I did that talk at that survival event, it just was all over me. And I kept trying to ignore it because I didn't want to take on another book. But I realized that all of these people that gave their testimonials needed to write something somewhere. Some of them literally had papers that they had written on while they were going through this journey of cancer. They had written it out. And I'm like, what would that look like in a book? So we're going to make it a book. The hope is that it will be complete by March and be launched by May. The desire, I am promoting it. Funds are going towards it becoming an international bestseller because cancer is an international disease. It knows no boundaries. And so we get to do this book together. I invite you to join me in this endeavor. If you've ever thrived through it, if you are still thriving through it, if you have watched somebody thrive through it, this book is for you. It's for you to be an author. And at the end of the day, the book will be dedicated to the memory of the person I watched thrive through it, Juliet Douglas. I will never forget her fight. Never, ever. I watched it. And she would say to me, she died. She passed away at 48 years old. She was a young woman. And before that, when our children were about to marry each other, She said, I want some, she was Jamaican, I want some grandchildren before I die. And when she passed away, right before she passed away, she had 4 grandchildren sitting around her bed. God had given her the desire of her heart. And she asked me to write something. And she tried to write in a book. And I couldn't understand what she wrote because the cancer had really affected her brain and she couldn't do anything. She wasn't functioning at that point. She wrote all this scribble, scribble, scribble stuff, and I couldn't understand it, but she couldn't speak that well, but I could hear her saying, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. And so I know what she meant. And I'm going to write in that introduction what I believe she meant. So the introduction will be by me, her son, my daughter-in-law, my daughter, her daughter-in-law, and her sister. We were all her caregivers, and we're going to put our little bit to come out to be 1,500 words about Juliet. And then everybody else will write their 1,500 words about their own journey with this devastating disease that has tried to take over the entire world, but people are still thriving through it and behind it.
Whew. That is, that is so much bigger than an anthology, with all due respect, but that is totally a movement, Dr. Sharon.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And so, on behalf of Dr. Sharon and Miss Juliet, and I could, when she said she's Jamaican, I could hear her voice saying what Dr. Sharon was sharing. But on behalf of Juliet and every single breast cancer survivor, not just a survivor, but those who have transitioned and their families, their caregivers, we just want to say that our prayer is with you. We send positive energy, love, and light, but most importantly, we send prayers of the living God. And if we don't know anything else, we know that He is a healer for a matter of multiple reasons. And so, if you would like to participate, if you would like to contribute or simply help with marketing or promotions of this project, this baby, this movement, by the visionary Dr. Sharon Arundel, who I literally adore. She is an ultimate member of Global Women Speakers. And so I am asking on behalf of myself, all of my brands, and on behalf of Global Women Speakers to literally just simply contribute a chapter. If you feel that your story is bigger than you. If you feel that God didn't give it to you unless He can get it through you, then a book will outlast all of those things. And if you simply just want to add that credit to your resume of being a published author, I recommend this anthology. I recommend Dr. Sharon without hesitation. She is a woman of integrity. She is a woman of fortitude. And she is a woman that leads with her heart. She's not doing this for financial gain. Matter of fact, it's quite the contrary. She's actually donating proceeds to St. Jude's Hospital to help everyone, and especially, the kids, to give them a future and a hope. So, Dr. Sharon, I am in awe of you, of what you do. I don't know. Did she tell you that she got married at 60? Did she tell you that she walks around just like the diva? Like, I mean, seriously, like, listen, anywhere you see her, you're gonna see like a something flowing behind her. That's just Dr. Sher. Like, she's gonna have a something flowing. That's just who she is. She is she's exquisite. She is a lady of fashion and beauty. Look at her. She's just sitting there, just like, yes. Look. She's like, yes.
Am I
There
okay?
you
I
go.
don't have my lashes on today, but when I do have them on, my dream guy does it for me, just in
What?
case you're wondering, it's
Wait,
white
no,
in a
time out,
blue.
time out. No,
Wait,
no,
wait,
no.
wait.
No, Dr.
It's
Sharon, you
white
already
in a
know.
blue.
No, you already know on Sunday Speaker Series, we have something called pause break. I need you to go back. I heard you don't have on your lashes, but something else sounded. No.
Yes, it was very interesting because he's just a plain guy. I'm the bling bling over here.
Your husband puts on your lashes.
Yes, you know, once or twice a year I'll go and get it done
Right.
professionally, like
Oh
everybody else.
my
But
goodness.
we went to a wedding in Atlanta some years ago, and I was standing there like, I gotta do this. How do you do this? How do you do this? And he was downstairs, and I said, "Hello," and he goes, "You want me to do what?" I said, "Yeah, just take the tweezer." Walking him through it. Well, today, ladies, he's an expert at this. I don't have to walk him through anything. He knows exactly. I don't know if he's looking at it on Google or what, but he knows exactly what to do. So when you see me out there with my,
Your lashes.
lashes looking amazing, give credit where credit is due, because that is an ultimate dream. Let me tell you, an ultimate dream. He's 67 years old, putting on lashes on me.
You know what? Thank you for sharing that, because I love a man that is so in tune with his masculinity that
Yes.
there is no task that's labeled feminine. He can do it all. I love that. And at 67, ladies and gentlemen, that just shares right there. That just tells us and shares that the life expectancy and what we can do at these ages is totally limitless.
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna have to find me a guy to put on some lashes. That's hot. I like that. If you're a guy and you're watching this and you can put on lashes, then go
Let us
ahead
know.
and hashtag lashes in the chat. Lashes in the chat. Matter of fact, we should have a lash class for men in Jamaica.
Yes, my husband can
I
teach
love
it.
that.
Let me
Smoke,
tell
you gonna
you.
put on my lashes? Smoke, you gonna put on my lashes?
Yeah. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Wow. What a
Mhm.
dream, guys. So, we talked about who you are from Jamaica to sitting at your grandma's feet. We talked
Mhm.
about what you do. We talked about you being married at the age of 60. Wow.
Mhm.
We talked about you
Mhm.
being licensed and really sharing your gift with the world through counseling. Wow. Saving not just marriages, because when you save a marriage, you save families. And when you save families, you save generations.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mhm.
I love it. Love it. Love it. Mm-mm-mm. This is unbelievable. I totally adore it. Wow. And then we talked about your retreat, JamaicaBootCamp.com. Wow.
Yes.
That is
Yes.
awesome. I love that. And then we talked about the anthology and the fact that it's attached. Dang. And then we talked about it being attached to a cause of cancer. And people would normally think that because you give to that particular charitable cause that you had to have had it or been a victim of it. And it
Mhm.
shows your heart, because there are things that are personal to us in a different perspective, meaning we don't have to be attached to it personally, but someone we loved, someone we cared about, or it's just a movement that we feel that we can bring value to. So I love that. I
Mhm.
totally love it. Love it, love it, love it. That is amazing. Well, thank you so much for being here, Dr. Shannon, because I know for a fact your dream guy is somewhere in the clip behind the screen,
Yes.
waiting for you to be finished.
Mulling around, mulling around. I tried to get him to come, but he wouldn't do it.
Uh, One day we're gonna get him. We're gonna get him to come. He better watch out,
Yeah.
because we may end up having to get him live.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Well,
Oh,
thank
yeah, and I have a show coming this year called The
yes, I
Marriage
love
Couch.
that.
The Marriage Couch.
Yes,
We're gonna be sitting
the
on the
marriage
couch,
couch.
just chilling, everybody, just chilling, just talking, not just about marriage. We've been talking about waiting for marriage, single people
Yes,
with, but
yes.
it's my couch, so I
Dating,
call it
yes.
the Marriage
Dating,
Couch.
hmm
Yes,
everything. I love
so
it.
yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Mhm.
Jen, if you can hear me, we need your backdrop. Once we get your backdrop, we will bring you into the conversation. We have someone in the green room right now by the name of Jennifer Hernandez, all the way to Chicago. She is a loan officer, but most importantly, she's a mother. And when you hear about her story, you're going to be blown away. But when I just say loan officer, I'm talking about she's in the top 5% in the state of Chicago, and I think the top 2% in the world. And she's very young. Her story is unbelievable, but I believe that her story is one of resilience, one of tenacity, one of intention. And it's a perfect example of what literally you can do when you put your mind to it, no matter what. And so, Dr. Sharon, you've been unbelievable. I pray that you just jump on back in. I know you have a lot to do. We will be here all day. So go ahead and tap back in because there are some people that need to know. Matter of fact, Dr. Sharon, before you go, can you please put the link to the boot camp, Jamaica boot camp, also to the anthology? You gave all this incredible information, but how can they contact you? How can they contact you? How can they get involved? And some may just want to reach out and say, hey, Dr. Sharon, I'm not a single woman, but I want to be married. Or you may have the opposite, unfortunately, that says, you know what, I'm married, but I want to be unattached. And so they need the wisdom of someone like you, someone who has been there, done that, someone who has done it with grace, someone that's coaching, teaching, mentoring, and guiding others to have the best possible situation, whether it's jointly or whether it's individual. And so, Dr. Sharon, if you can put that in the chat, our listeners, it's because people are going to be watching the replay, right? It is New Year's Eve. I know people are running out for last minute shopping, for groceries, for clothing, because they're going out tonight. I know there's someone right now, Dr. Sharon, looking for their dream guy to put on their lashes right now. They're looking for their dream guy right now, like literally, like right now. They're like, okay, I want somebody to put on my lashes. That is so amazing. Wow. So listen, ladies, life is not over until you say it is. Age is nothing truly but a chronological number. Dr. Sharon, it seems like the rest of her life is the best of her life. She got married to her dream guy at 60, is having a retreat, doing an anthology, sharing stories of women who are thriving. She literally is having her own podcast, TV show, radio show. The couch, the marriage couch. I mean, period. Like we all want to just go lay on the couch, right? The couch is comfort. Ask Al Bundy if you've ever watched Love. What was the name of that? Al Bundy. It was what was the name of that show? He loved the couch. It was his home. Al Bundy. I can't think of the show, but Al Bundy, what was it? I don't know. Whoever can know what I'm talking about or have heard of it, just hashtag in the chat because I have no idea what I'm saying. Oh, Married with Children. Yes. Jennifer Hernandez to the rescue. Yes, let me bring her in. Jennifer Hernandez to the rescue. She's like, there it is, right there, Tina. There it is. Yes. That's what I was looking for, Jen. Hey, we got Jennifer Hernandez. How are you, Jen?
Can you hear me?
Yes, as if you were sitting next to me. How are you, gorgeous?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I couldn't hear you. So
yes.
Hi,
so
how are you?
Yes, so love it. Yeah. So Al Bundy he loved the couch. So Dr. Sharon, I think the couch is an analogy to comfort, to safe, right? When people come home from work, they just plump on the couch. It's the couch. It is the couch. So I'm excited. Congratulations on all that you're doing, Dr. Sharon. And so Jen, I know you're in the back room, backstage, in the green room a little bit. So tell me, what are some things that you heard that Dr. Sharon is doing that you were totally excited about?
Her trip to Jamaica, that is unreal. Her anthology book that is going to impact so many people. I cannot wait myself to read it, just pick tips and tricks from different people. It's going to be absolutely incredible. And this is the new year for it. So exciting.
Yes, agreed, agreed. All righty. So we have the Jennifer Hernandez all the way from Chicago. And as I was sharing with you guys earlier, her story is unbelievable. It is a story that's impregnated with perseverance, with tenacity, with, listen, oh my gosh, woo, with grace, with mercy, with power, and what can happen if you truly put your mind to it. And so I'm ecstatic to have you, Jen. You're doing some amazing things as well. Incredible, incredible. And I always like to say, hey, they see our glory. They see that you're at the top percentile of loan officers. They see you're providing homes, helping people who normally would not have the opportunity to purchase a home because of their socioeconomic situation, but you are making a difference where you're impacting them, giving them their home for their family, allowing them to have a piece of the American dream. And so, Jen, people think you just landed there. They see you on magazine covers, they see you an author, they see you with Tim Story and all these amazing, incredible people. But I want them to know who you are. I always say they see our glory, but they don't know our story. So, Jen, I would love for you to share your story. Take it away. Jen, over to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Tina. I'm so honored and blessed to be here with you today, and especially on New Year's Eve, right? Perfect timing, because we're all starting the new year, and we all put in something that we want to work on. So I want to just share a little bit about me. My story has not been a traditional one. I definitely took all of the difficult ways of life. So if there was an easy path, I went down the crooked one that took a lot of pain and suffering on my end. But God knows what he's doing. And he made sure that everything that I had went through in life was to create what I am today, and to be able to allow me to make the impact that I'm destined to make in people's lives. And if I hadn't gone through all of the things that I had been through, there would be some people that I wouldn't be able to touch. The story wouldn't be the same, and it wouldn't be able to impact the amount of people that it's destined to impact. Now, my book is just launching. It's No One Can Stop Me But Me. It is on pre-sale right now. It doesn't officially come out until January 16th, but I do have the book right here for you. So it's No One Can Stop Me But Me. And that is the truth, guys. There's no one who can stop me but myself. I'm the only one who gets in my way. The book is a book and a story of resilience, self-sabotage, shame that kept me stuck, feeling like that was all I deserved in life, until I learned how to love myself, until I learned how to be the greatest version of me. And the thing is that we're constantly always looking for someone else for the love, right, that we desire. But if you aren't able to give it to yourself, then how are you able to call in, the man of your dreams? You haven't honored you yet. And so it's really a story of me sharing the most difficult path that I took in life. And that was running away by the age of 13, was running away, looking for love in all the wrong places, self-sabotaging with drugs and alcohol, anything I could do to numb my pain and escape my reality. Because I know not what I do, right? I didn't know what was hurting me. My mom did leave when I was 11, so I had some abandonment issues. But what I also didn't realize is that there was some emotional trauma, and it wasn't intentional. My dad growing up had emotional trauma, so he just rolled that over to me. And guess what? When I became a mom at 20, I did the same thing. Now it's my job to heal as a mother and to come back and be able to help my children heal. And so I took the very difficult routes in life, and I found my family hanging out on the streets of Chicago with gangs. They were the ones that were there for me and accepted me for who I was. And that's truly all I wanted. I just wanted to be accepted and loved, and still to this day looking for that. But now I'm looking for it from myself, and I'm allowing my Father, my Heavenly Father, to finally enter back in my life and give me all the love that I need. And I don't need any more than that, because that is all I need. And the truth is that everything that I want comes from me, and I'm the only one that blocks my greatness. And so I took the very difficult path in life, By the time I was 19, I got pregnant, became a mom at 20. She was my reason to change. So I moved out of the neighborhood and I started to dream. And then eventually, by the time I was 25, I had everything that I had dreamed for. I had a big house, I had the family, I had vacation home and rental properties, but it all came tumbling down in the mortgage crash. And then I had to rebuild. But what was rebirthed in that dark time, that time when I was losing everything and thought it was because I lost my material possessions that was the end of me, is when I started writing this book. This book that will be able to impact so many people, and you can purchase it right now on Amazon. You can go to Amazon and purchase this, and you don't know. And then once you read it, you need to share it, because there's so many people that don't know. And when they relate to someone's story, that's when they're able to make that change. Because I found a mentor whose story I related to. And that's when I started to do my work and started to reprogram my limiting beliefs on what I believed was possible for my life. Fast forward, ended up being a single mom, raising 4 kids, 4-year-old twins, and 2 going into high school at the time of losing my house and everything, losing my marriage. And I was literally living payday loan to keep the lights on. And then in just 5 years ago, and in 2021, I made over $1 million in personal income. Now, I was able to complete my book and do all those things because I got out of my own way. And so I hope that my story can help allow you to get out of your own way and to really step into who you are destined to be and who you are meant to be in this world. And I'm so excited to share it with you. And there's so much more to come. There will be a community. There will be a documentary and eventually a motion picture. So just all I can tell you is that no matter what life has done and what has happened in your life, who you are destined to be is only up to you. It's your dreams. It's 2024. It's New Year's Eve. Are those dreams written down? Do you know where you're going? Or are you just running around, not shooting for anything? You have to put the goals on paper. You have to remove the limiting belief. Look, guys, the bracelets, I made bracelets because one of the most important things to me when I was through my journey was removing my limiting beliefs. So I put a rubber band on my wrist. And every time I said like, oh, I'm not good enough, I don't look pretty enough, I look ugly today, you snap it and you remove those thoughts from your head. The time is now. You can have everything you've envisioned in life, but if you can't see it, you can't get there. If you aren't manifesting it, writing it down and bringing it to life, how will it happen? If you're preventing your greatness because of shame or self-sabotage, and guys, you have to remember, new levels, there are new devils. Every single level that I came through, it got harder and harder. And I will tell you, if you look at my social media over the last couple of years, you will think that I have been living life. That has just been an amazing, wow, she looks like she's really doing it, right? My social media handle on Instagram is I am Jen Hernandez, Jenn Hernandez. Guys, this was the most painful time of my life. The last 2 years were so painful. Words cannot even put. I cried more in the last couple of years than I've ever cried in my entire life, because I'm healing and I'm evolving and I'm going to the next levels, but it is so uncomfortable. But that's the truth, right? If you're not uncomfortable, you're not growing, because it's so easy to stay stuck where we're at. But to get out of our own way and to become who we're destined to be, that is so painful. It is so, so difficult. And I refused to not have what I desire in life. And what is that? I desire to be happy. I desire to be loved, honored, cherished, just like, majority of you do. And in order for me to do that, I have to be able to provide that to myself. And the truth is, as a mom, especially a single mom, we're so used to just giving and filling up everybody else's cup. We stopped filling up our own. I stopped for so many years filling up my own, but I will tell you that is the biggest mistake we make. The biggest mistake. And the other thing is, the second biggest mistake I would say that we make is that because of our own trauma and our own situations, we stay in situations longer than we should. What do I mean by that? Well, my parents were divorced when I was 4. I didn't want that for my kids. I didn't want them to have step parents. I didn't want to go through that whole thing. So I stayed for 15 years of my life in a situation I knew at the end wasn't going to work out because we were just two different people. But I stayed because I thought that that was what was best for them. But the truth is that it's not. It's not what's best for them. What's best for them is what's best for me, is me being my greatest self. And the truth is in that relationship, because of how unhappy I was doing things that were not me. I was sacrificing myself. And do you want your daughters and your sons to see that you're going to sacrifice yourself always for somebody else? I don't really think that that's what we want. Now, I will tell you, yes, you have to work on things, and our relationships bring out our greatest trauma for sure. So the most amount of work that you will have to do in your life is with your relationships, and they will be the ones that trigger you. They will be the ones that you want to run from and shatter the mirror, right? You don't want to deal with yourself and what your trauma are. So you want to run from it. But the problem is until you heal and until you learn the lesson, you're just going to run right back into the lesson. And again, and again, and again. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and over again. When are you going to decide that not today? I stayed where I was in a relationship, and I stayed in that relationship until I learned every single thing I could about myself, every lesson that needed to be learned, because there was no way I was going to do any more self-sabotage. There's no way. And guys, I'm still in my process. It may look ugly, and I will be a best-selling author, and all the things will be happening, and I'm doing great things, but I'm still growing, and you're always going to be growing. We are all imperfect beings in an imperfect world, and we just need to do our part. And yes, I became number one for FHA lending in the state of Illinois. The reason why is because I've gone through so much in life. I know how to help others who are not being helped. I know how to help people who are creditly challenged because I've had to rebuild my credit 15 times over in my life. This isn't something that can be taught. And it's not your loan officer's fault that they don't know. It's only because I've been through it that I know how to craft the solutions, because I've been crafting solutions my whole entire life on how to get ahead and how to make things work and how to not live payday loan to payday loan. So this can't be taught sometimes. Sometimes it's just about who you are. And so like I get so many clients who come to me that were denied with another lender, and realtors, anybody who's out there listening, whose clients were denied last year, go back and have them all give me a call. We will craft a solution. They will be in a home this year if that's their desire. We will lead them to where they need to be. And anybody getting denied this year for a home, you need to take a second look. My website is approvedbyjen.com. You can go right on there and apply. If I'm not licensed in your state, I'll connect you with a loan officer in your state, or I'll be licensed there shortly myself. I am going global. I am going across the United States. There will be no stopping me. I will be top in FHA lending in the country. I also became top 1% in the whole entire country. And that was just because I never, ever stopped. And I don't put a cap on my ability, because the truth is that only I determine what I can do in life. No one else determines that for me. And that's why entrepreneurs, your success is yours. And even people who are hourly employees, guys, you can create whatever life you want to. It's just in the beginning years of our life, there were some things that were implemented in us from our parents and the way they were raised that we stuck to. A little bit of fear, a little bit of shame, a little bit of sabotage. And we carried those, and we went through our life holding on to their beliefs. It's time to recreate your own beliefs. And if you don't want your children doing the same thing you did, you got to be the example. Heal the mother, heal the father, heal the family. That's the way this works. And I have to tell you, since I've started healing, my whole family is healing. My children are learning to love themselves before they ever become parents, before they ever have children. My sisters, my mom, my dad, like just my brothers, like so much awareness. And I'm so grateful for it all. And I wish this was interactive, because I would love to take questions from anybody out there listening, but I know that it's not. But so Follow me on Instagram. We're going to be doing great things. My podcast comes out in a couple of weeks. We'll have some amazing speakers, Natasha Graziano, Trisha Love Vargas, Tim Story, Jason. You will find him. I'm going to give you his channel right now. He is absolutely incredible, and he has been just such an it was such an inspiration for me to watch him.
Yes.
It's the Jason Jackson Jr. You guys will be so inspired. He is
Jen,
absolutely
put
incredible.
it in the chat. Absolutely. And so for those like, if you can tell, Jen is totally committed to your success and to what she does. I'm going to repeat some things because we have something here on Sunday Speaker Series. This is our last Sunday Speaker Series of 2023. 1 year of Sunday Speaker Series. So we have something called a pause break. And what that means is when the speaker is speaking and they're in their jam, they're in their mojo, right? They're in their flow of things. She says she was the #1 in FHA lending. How many of you will love to have a home or just qualify for a home, an investment home, a home that's owner occupied, etc.? But you're afraid. You're like, you know what? My credit is subpar right now. I took some hits, in 2020. I took some hits in 2021, 22. I took some hits last month. That's me. You're like, you know what? I'm not sure what my credit it looks like. She's saying, listen, just reach out to her. She does magic. She became #1 in FHA lending. Not only that, she's also #1 best-selling author. She's also, listen, top 1% in the country, not in the state of Chicago, the state of Illinois, not the city of Chicago. Yeah. #1 in the country, top 1% in the country. Like, she is beast mode. She didn't just, have a platinum spoon delivered to her. That wasn't her thing. The gangs that you see on the street corners were her family, right? She had her daughter at 14, right, Jen? 14 or?
No, 19. Sorry.
She had your first daughter. You had your first kid at 19?
Yes, 20. She was actually 20 when, no. Yeah, she was 20 when I gave birth. 19 at pregnant.
Okay. Pregnant 19, had her daughter at 20 years old, but lit like the streets, you guys, the streets, right? It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And she is finishing strong. She talked about her podcast, her book, a documentary, and so many other things. I don't know how she does it. She has 4 children, single mom of 4 children, and #1 in the country, top 1% of the country, #1 in FHA lending. Like, how does she do it? I don't know. All I do know is that I'm glad that she is a proud member of Global Women Speakers. She is an ultimate member. Not only that, listen, when you're connected to people who want more, who becomes more, so they can have more, so they can give more, then you found your tribe. I don't think it's just your vibe. I think and I believe that it's totally your mission. It's your vision. It's your core values. It is those things. And so, Jen, like you ran over #1 in FHA lending, top 1%, podcast, documentary, and so many other things. So, Jen, really quickly, if you are watching this and you have any questions for Jen, whether you want to become a homeowner, whether you've got denied on a loan and you want her to revisit it because she has your best interests at heart, or you just simply love the fact that she has that bulldog tenacity, that perseverance to get through, or you may want some coaching, for her, some guidance. I don't say coaching, some guidance so she can take you by the hand and take you step by step by step by step on what you need to do to reach your success. Success is subjective. It's different for all of us. For some of us, waking up in the morning and getting up and going to the gym, that's our success, because guess what? They're going through a divorce, or they just had a surgery and they really can't do much. So that's their success. Or it could be someone who has had everything and lost it all. And so just being able to take it day by day, that's their success. And so, Jen, really quickly, we have a couple questions right now. And it says, how were you able to repair your credit? How were you able to? I mean, you said you repaired your credit 15 times, right? So,
Yes,
so
at
you're
least.
saying that if someone starts today at a 500 FICO score, that they can rebuild it.
Yes. The most important piece of credit you have is a credit card, guys. So as much as it's easy to go behind on those $20 payments, it is the most important piece of credit you have. So the first thing I'm going to do is we're going to settle the credit cards for less than the full balance if you have charge-offs or if they're collections. But you don't want to do anything until I actually tell you. So once I run the credit, I can add, change, delete every item on there and give you a what if scenario. So it tells you like your score may be 500 now, but I can get you to 580 if you do these things. And it literally tells you exactly what to do. But the most important thing is revolving credit, because the closer you are to your available credit limit, the lower your credit score gets. If you go over the limit, your credit score plummets like 60 to 80 points overnight. So just by paying down credit cards, you could go up 100 points in no time. So it really just depends what's on your credit. Every situation is so different. A lot of times, believe it or not, do not pay off old collections. Those will sometimes drop your credit score unless you get them deleted. So yes. It's a very tricky thing, credit. There's no like easy way for me to tell you because everybody's situation is so very different. I would tell you to apply and we would get you a scenario on what to do.
I love that. I love that. So the next question is, why did you choose loan officer in contrast to a broker or real estate agent?
So I actually started off in the car business and I did car financing before I got into mortgage financing. And it was the same exact thing I was doing just for houses instead of cars. So right. For me, that's why. Also, I don't like driving around. So your personality is, should determine like which way you go with that. If you like being out, super extrovert, you want to be with people, doing the thing, then you want to be a realtor. If you're more behind the scenes, then you don't really care to, deal with that many people or drive around. There's a lot of driving when you're a realtor. I don't like driving at all. I would prefer to have a driver. I don't want to drive. I can't be a realtor and have a driver. That's just not going to work for me. So that's why I made that choice. But
I love that.
And the reason why I work for a large lender is because the larger the lender, the more risk we can take. So the reason why too, I can get some deals done and other lenders cannot is because they're a smaller lender. The smaller the lender, the less risk they can take. The larger the lender, and what I mean by that is that the highest risk for foreclosure is lower FICO scores, lower credit scores. So we can take more risk on that because we do a higher volume of overall business to offset. Right. The smaller you are, if you get foreclosures, you got a problem. So you can get your FHA license cut off. So that's why too, we're able to get things done that others cannot. And it's really just about my knowledge and my experience that a lot of time can save the deal.
Love it. Love it. Love it. That's awesome. And so Jen, if you had to give anyone that's listening or that's live or catching a replay, if you had to give them advice, how to become like you're the top 1% in the country, you're number one for FHA loans, right? So being number one, it takes it literally is a formula. And so if you had to teach someone how to become number one in their industry, what would be the top 3 things that anyone can do in any industry to be at the top of their game, to be the GOAT, to be the expert, to simply be number one? Jen, over to you.
Number 1, do your work and hire a coach. All the greatest, all the most successful people all have coaches. And the more successful we become, the more money we're spending on coaches because we're going to higher level coach and a higher level coach. And everybody's constantly doing their work. And I feel like before we get to the heightened level, we're like, oh, $500, $1,500 for that course, $2,000. We like convince ourselves not to do it. But you are your greatest investment. Invest in yourself. That's the most important thing you can do in life. If I bet on me, I don't lose. If you bet on you and you're losing, then even more reason to tell you need to invest in yourself. Immediately. Remove your limiting decisions, invest in yourself. Number 2, forgive. Forgive those who have wronged you quickly. Why is that important? That is important because if you do not forgive them for what they have done, you will call that experience into your life for you to experience. And you will suffer because of it. Number 3, guys, fear is a 4-letter word. God says, you shall cast your fears upon me. You shall not have any fears, right? So that little negative voice in your head that's telling you like those negative thoughts, those negative things, every single one of us have it. It's fear, it's ego, it's the devil. That's all it is. God is not going to give you negative thoughts. He is not going to, tell you that the whole world is against you right now. Like that, we have to be 100% responsible for all that we call into our life. It's not happening to you, it's happening for you so that you can work on your stuff and you can grow. Now, if you want to look at life and say, oh, well, this happened to me and this happened to me, no. And I know that there's some really bad things that have happened to people. And forgiving those people who wronged you, it's not about them. It's about you. Because obviously, if they're doing it, most likely they have that trauma themselves and it was done upon them. You need to release yourself from that cage that you're stuck in with what they did to you or what happened, because they're not thinking about you. But if you're preventing your greatness because of something that somebody else did to you, you have to let it go. You have to let it go and you have to move forward. And guys, fear is not what gets you to where you want to go. It's what keeps you where you're at. It's what stifles your growth. It's what sends us backwards instead of forwards. Like we're on a mission and everything is going great. And then all of a sudden we let that voice get in our head and tell us all these crazy things. And we start to believe it. We believe it because it's easier to believe it than look in the mirror and say, no, why am I telling myself that? Why am I telling myself, I know this person. This person wouldn't wrong me. Why am I telling myself that that person wronged me? That's self-sabotage at its greatest. And I'm a master of it. I've done it my whole life.
I think we all have, self-sabotage. It's real, right? And especially for those that have, most people don't know, but there is a such thing as fear of success. It's a word called achievemophobia. It is a fear. I'm going to bring in Alexis because I want to know if she has ever witnessed this. Alexis, are you there? Let's see. We see Alexis Holyfield in the building. There's just, hey, Alexis, how are you, gorgeous?
Okay. I'm good. I wanted to try the virtual background one more time, but it's still not popping up. So you look beautiful, first and foremost. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you so much. So we're talking about the fear of success. Do you believe that there is a thing? And have you ever self-sabotaged yourself?
Yes and yes. I know that there's a thing. Yeah, for sure. Well, I've learned, I'm a huge student of Bob Proctor for the past decade. And so he always talks about the fact that oftentimes we're afraid of the success and potential because we've never been able to go within to actually see ourselves there. So when you start seeing yourself there, when people say, oh, do you have imposter syndrome? Well, yeah, because you've never seen yourself there before. So even if you're seeing yourself on content or you're seeing yourself, like Jen was saying, the past 24 months have been the most challenging for herself internally. But externally, I mean, we're human, so we watch our content probably more than any of our followers do. And we're looking at ourselves and we're like, who is this person?
Right? Like, who is she?
Like,
where does she come from?
Who is she? And you're trying to step into that. You're trying to step into this person. But I feel like that's kind of where the fear of it comes from. Like the questions, was this luck? Can I do this again? Just all of the different questions that come up. And I think that essentially comes from being fearful of having too much power or too much success.
Wow. Totally agree. Jen, you said it, it's self-sabotage. We just either or fear. You said it's just, a four-letter word. Or, sometimes not just afraid of failure, but success as well. Because along with success, we have to leave people behind, right? We have to leave that space where we currently reside. It's inevitable. There is no way possible that you being who you are right now, can go to your next level with the same people, the same circumstance. It's impossible. It literally is impossible to do. It does not happen. When you elevate, and sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, elevation sometimes requires separation. I'm going to say that again. Sometimes elevation requires separation. And there are some people, some places, some things that we do not want to be separated from. I mean, family, friends, you don't want to be separated from them.
It's very painful. It's very painful. But then you have to think okay, you have to trust in God that he knows greater than you. And so in this season, I have just been okay, I'm rolling with the punches, right? I'm getting hit. I'm like, oh.
Right. You're trying to duck, but you're still getting hit, right? I made a lot of mistakes, you guys. Here's the deal. This is Sunday Speaker Series, right? This is our last Sunday Speaker Series sponsored by Global Women Speakers from January 1st all the way into the last day. And we took 2 months off traveling. It has to be synergistic. It can't just be just because, right? We have it when it's necessary. We've had some of the amazing people from Delatoro McNeil, top speaker in the industry. He is crushing it, from Les Brown to Eric Zuli to Derek Harper, who has 25 businesses. 2 of them are 8-figure. We've had my brother, DeMont Nixon, how I met Alexa. We just had some amazing people. Erica Shefted, Lori, Governor Curtis. We've had Tiara Turner. We've had Glendora Devine. We've had Sasha. We've had Alexis. We've had Vimy. We've had so many amazing people. We had Jennifer Chavez. The bottom line is this, right? In 52 weeks, we've had some incredible people. And some people that came, they shared their story, literally, of how they were afraid to succeed, how they were afraid to leave that place of comfort. Jennifer, you are the top 1% in the country. You're number 1 for FHA loans. You had to leave the streets, your family, the gang. You had to leave that in order to become who you are. It's like a snake molding its skin. It's like an eaglet being kicked out of that nest. You can't fly, but the mother eagle kicks the eaglet out while it's still in a ball with hopes that it will fly. That's the saying, jump off the cliff and grow your wings on the way down. And so, Alexis, it is such an honor to have you here. I know your time is short. Everyone is spending time with family, but I want you to really tell our audience, whether they're listening live or going to catch the replay, #live if you are watching this live, #replay if you're watching the replay. But first of all, on behalf of myself, on Alexis Holyfield, on Jennifer Hernandez, on Dr. Sharon Arendelle, we just want to say thank you for being here. We know that it's New Year's Eve and you got things to plan for tonight, or you're in the midst of them right now, but you're still taking time out to watch. So Alexis, please tell our audience, tell my friends, my family, my colleagues, and even the looky-loos, who you are and what you do. Alexis, over to you.
Yes. So first of all, I want to thank you, Dr. Tina, for creating this space to cultivate the culture and really have an environment where you've been consistent to show up and engage in a vision that's bigger than yourself. And then lastly, before I introduce myself, Jen, you were saying how, the pressure was coming, and I learned a couple of things. Number one, a plane has to go against the wind, not with it, to get out of the atmosphere. And 2, regardless of what mountain you're climbing anywhere in the world, the higher you go, the less oxygen that there is. So keep going, right?
I'm going.
Because, just continue going and continue being a light. But in addition to being a light worker, I like to say, my name is Alexis. I am a full-time professional day trader. I'm a licensed wealth strategist. I like to really say that I'm a generational wealth builder. My main focus has been really just eradicating financial illiteracy. I am licensed as an insurance broker. I sit on the board of many family offices. I run multiple insurance agencies across the nation and have multiple insurance teams as well. And I essentially just train them in full comprehensive financial planning to really assist us to have more clarity on how to master our mind, our money, and the markets. Because when those three things work together, we can truly experience a life of freedom, really. So yeah, that's in a nutshell of my.
I love that mind, money, and market. I love
Yeah.
that. And so,
Yeah.
Alexis, like seriously, can anyone become a day trader? Is there a school for it? Do you have to study for 5 years first, or you can just jump in the market and make money immediately? How does that work? Because I've never traded. I've heard so many great things about it, but I also heard a lot of horror stories, as with anything. So I would love for you to do two things. One, I want you to first dispel some of the myths of how day trading is horrible, or you will lose your life savings day trading. And then, so after you dispel the myths, I want you to give a 3-step strategy on how someone can become a day trading and begin to make money immediately. Alexis, over to you.
These are good questions. So the first question is to pretty much create clarity around some of the myths that are around day trading. The first thing I would say is the reason why there's an order of mastering the mind, the market, and then money is because you have to master your mind before you enter the market, or you will be taken advantage of, right? Just like anything else in life. They say that in a game where the rules are not known, or you don't know how to play the game, the rules in the game are playing you. And it's the same thing with our economic system as well, where if you don't have the knowledge about how this works, or the emotional intelligence in the space of unlimited opportunity, you will be taken out. So there's really no myths to debunk. The numbers are that 94% of traders who enter the market lose their money. 4% of traders break even, and 1 to 2% of them are consistently profitable. I am amongst the 1% of traders who are consistently profitable. I've been doing 7 figures in the market for maybe 3 years now, consistently, and then teaching others how to do that as well. And then 3 steps on how they can learn day trading. The first thing I would do is say to really get clear on what you're watching. If your goal is time freedom, if your goal is personal freedom, or if it's financial freedom, because those 3 different categories will give you a different approach on how you trade. If you're learning how to trade, that obviously takes a lot of time. If you're focused on like personal or time freedom, but if you're just focused on financial freedom, they have so many automated options and different things that new investors can use that will trade for them. So the first thing would be to identify why you're trading in the first place and what your goal is. The second thing is to master the psychology of trading, to understand the psychology of money first, to really understand how our economic system works and why the financial markets play such a huge part in everything that's happening. Most of us, if we have like 401ks, IRAs, stocks, bonds, things of that nature, those are all traded in the financial market. So just understanding how all of those things work and how you can position yourself to be profitable, whether the market is going up or down, is more important than I think anything else. And then the third thing I would say is to tap in with me. So I do have a 1% trading psychology masterclass. It's a 7-week one-on-one mentorship where we essentially go through mastering the psychology of trading, how to get funded as a trader, because I never, ever, ever suggest anyone investing their own money into the market. I'm a huge believer in arbitraging debt, good debt, of course. So those would be the top 3 things as well, on top of debunking the myths, that I would say for professional day trading.
Explosive. I heard something. I just heard that you can use OPM to day trade.
Absolutely.
Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
No. Alexis, that can't be truth. And then I also heard that you've been making 7 figures for 3 years consecutively day trading.
Mm-hmm. My family as well. My dad trades, my aunt trades, my uncle trades, my little brothers have their ledgers. I mean, I make sure that they are all aware. I only got into insurance because I was trading and making more money than I had ever made before. And when I was doing research, because I've been studying the money system for over a decade. Okay. So I was like, oh, well, if I'm earning all of this money and this is what the wealthy are doing, I don't really want to get in real estate. I understand the importance of it, but I own a real estate company, and I'm like, Jen, I don't want to be on the front end. I like being on the back end. But I did understand the concept of private banking and life insurance and building up cash value. So even leveraging that with your profits is also another way that you can use OPM to trade as well, which is a little bit more advanced, but yeah.
I love that. So let's talk about, private lending, private banking. Let's talk about that. I hear that term a lot, and there are a lot of people that do exactly the same thing. Like, what is private banking? How to use your insurance policy, as a bank? And so you being an insurance agent first, you mind sharing those things?
Yeah. So really, to the base of it, when people are talking about private banking, more so what they're referencing is the ability to arbitrage debt. That's really, and to use your assets to arbitrage debt, right? So that's really the basis of it, because I tried to understand, well, why would I want to put money in an insurance policy? Like, how does that benefit me now? And what I learned is, well, it's benefiting you because you're saving your money somewhere, or you should be, right? Whether you're saving to invest or whatever the case is. And if you're not saving with the fundamentals of a banker, you're not maximizing your money. That means that if your money is not earning a certain percentage, it's not outpacing inflation, if it can't be arbitraged against, then you're not maximizing your money. So that's really just the basis of private banking, is instead of me saving in a 401k where there's not a floor, and 2008 and 2009 can happen again, right? I can build my own private bank, where I'm building my own private reserves that no one has access to, not the IRS, not an angry ex-husband, nobody. Right? Nobody has
or wife.
to it. Right, or an angry wife, right? No one has access to it. My money's compounding. But the best part is, it's like, well, I can do that in an index fund. Yes, you can. You can compound your money in an index fund. You can compound your money in other places. However, what you can't do is you can't use that money as collateral to create a new lump sum of purchasing power. So if you have $400,000 in your 401k or any IRA, you're only going to use that one time after you pay taxes and inflation. But if I have that same amount of money in a properly structured cash value life insurance policy, I not only don't have to withdraw it, I can just loan against it. So my $400,000 is going to continue to grow uninterrupted from compounding interest. Because
I like that statement. Hold on. Uninterrupted from compound interest. I love that. Uninterrupted.
Because when you're in the market, whether we have bonds, real estate, or any other investment, there's market volatility, there's variability. So I'm interrupting the growth. That's why 401ks and these different things, they sound good on the internet, max fund and IRA, but what happens if the market crashes because you don't have financial literacy? Right. You don't know how financial markets work. That's like you saying, the mind, the market, and then the money. Because once you understand how the markets work, you're going to make new decisions, right?
Right,
so
absolutely.
I'm interrupted from compounding interest. And now because this is a loan, I'm not even paying taxes on it. So I've just duplicated my purchasing power. The same $400,000 that I have is still growing uninterrupted from compounding interest. The insurance carrier is going to loan me, right, tax-free money based on the balance that I have. So they're going to use the balance as collateral. That's why it's called collateralized lending and private lending, because they're going to give you a loan based on your money. Now, the other part, and I'm not going to go too deep into this, but if you understand arbitrage and spreads, which are how banks make money, the insurance carrier loans you the money with no credit check, first of all. Second of all, at only 3%.
What?
So 3%. 3%.
Get out of here.
The max is 5%. Now you take that and you go work with someone like Jen, or you go work with some hard money lenders and say, hey, I have this 400,000 that I just bought for 3%. Oh, you said you have some investors who needed 6 months and they'll give me back 26%? Okay. And there's a promissory note attached. So if they don't pay me back, I get the
property. Exactly. And that's what we talk about, leveraged income. That I love it. I love it. That's powerful.
So that's really the private banking aspect. It's really just the collateral lending. And people don't understand collateral lending. It's your house. They gave you a loan and your house is collateral. If you don't pay the house, they take the house.
Absolutely.
You build up your equity and insurance policy, and based on the equity, that's the collateral. And they will give you a loan. Instead of a house, you get more money. I don't want a house.
I love that. More money, more money, more money. I love it. There should be a saying, it should be like more money, more money, more money. It was like a movie, but I love it, Alexis. I mean, not only are you beautiful, but you're smart. You're a genius, actually. I love the fact. So how long have you been in the financial space?
So I have been in I'm looking around because my phone is going to disconnect here shortly. So let me try to connect to my iPad, but I know you said the camera wasn't the best. So
yes, it's okay. So how long have you been in the financial industry?
So I've been in the financial industry. I've been licensed for 4 years. I've been studying the private banking and wealth code for 10 years. Well, really it's been more than 10 years. My dad introduced me to it when I was 14. So
no way.
It's been 14 years ago. Wow. I was 14 years ago? Wow. I'm doing good.
Wait, Alexa, are you saying you're only 24 right now? I know you're not saying that.
I'm 28.
No way. Mm-hmm. So you're saying you're under 30, grossing 7 figures, 3 years consecutively, and you're mastering money.
Yeah. So what we did was we launched a private community called the Millennial Millionaire to help them with those laws. Because I became an entrepreneur when I was 16. So I started doing drop shipping and e-commerce. So now I can
no way. All right, you guys. She is setting up.
There we go. Okay.
There we go. Yes, so much better.
Amazing.
Voice. Yes.
Let me try.
If you're on your iPad, yeah, you should see if you can get to the backdrop.
Okay. So the virtual is still not going to work, but it's okay. So essentially, where were you were asking how long I've been in the space?
Right.
Or we passed that.
No, we passed that. We're good now. Right. You said you've been in it since you were, you've been an entrepreneur since you were 16.
So just timeline clarity. My dad introduced me to a book called The Creature of Jekyll Island, which is a book on how the Federal Reserve was formed. The creature.
We're taking notes.
Yes.
Okay, taking notes. Anybody else have their pen, pencil?
Yes. Okay. So the book is called The Creature of Jekyll Island. Jekyll Island is an island. It's spelled Jekyll.
Oh, Jekyll Island. Okay.
Jekyll Island. Mm-hmm. So Jekyll Island is in Georgia. And it literally is about in 1913, after the Civil War, these 12 families, the Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Chase family, they went to this island and basically created the Federal Reserve. And I was like, wait, so the Federal Reserve is private families, Dad? He's like, yeah, so don't work for money. Like, you always have a skill set. So that was something that was instilled in me very young.
Wow.
I started doing e-commerce when I was 16. I've always been really serious about the haves and the have-nots because my dad married into a wealthy family of another ethnic race. And I was just like, this is a different level of wealth.
Excuse me, you can't just say that. You have to share with, we want to know the tea.
So they were Caucasian. They're Caucasian. My bonus mom is Caucasian. And so I have 2 little brothers. And so when he married her, I got to meet her family and I'm like, okay. So they own portions of the Fairmount Hotel, their real estate investors, they own law firms and all type of things. So
right, of course.
I'm just like, he married her when I was 12. So I was just like, I never would ask them.
Right.
But I was always curious, first of all, I've never seen bills anywhere around when I come to their home, spotless, right? Second of all, I never really see them.
Wait, hold on. That's another comparison. That is so funny because you're right. We have bills later. We have a stack of bills, from the mail, right? You have it open. You have them right there. Yeah, I love that. Okay. So
I think they have auto pay. So they're not worried about that. But I was very observant. So I was like, I needed to know. And so I would never ask them. But it was really clear that there was a difference between my mom's side of the family.
Yeah,
yes. Yes. And so I just went deep sea diving. I had to know. I attended my first seminar at 17, Secrets of the Millionaire Mind with T. Harv Eker.
I love that. Wow.
Yeah. So I became a mom at 16. That's the other thing. So took my son with me and we went. And so me being the youngest person in the room and the only colored person in the room, the only other colored person who came in the next day was like, hey, you're the youngest person in this room and you're colored, like, and you have a baby. I need to interview you. I was like, okay. He became my mentor and he was a multimillionaire. So from then, I've always just, like Jen said, I've always invested in myself. I've always just learned these laws.
There are laws, principles and laws. Like people wonder, how can this airplane defy gravity? Well, there's principles and laws, right? The law of lift is greater than the law of gravity, period. I love that. You're amazing.
See, those laws are powerful. So what I learned to sum up the seminar in a sentence was that the concept of myself would create my reality. But that was completely opposite.
No, you're going to have to say that again. You're going to see, you can't be dropping these gems and these gold lines. You're going to have to type it in the chat. Are you holding your iPad?
Yeah, because it's going to lean this way if I let it go.
Okay. So I'm going to put it in the chat for you because it's extremely important. You have to say that again. One more again.
Yeah, so I was just saying that I realized that the only way a person can alter their reality is through the concept of themselves that they hold. And when I learned that, I seen this example with Bob Proctor when I was like 18, and he was teaching about the subconscious versus the conscious and the superconscious. And I was just like, wait a minute. I graduated with a 4.4 GPA and I haven't heard about any of this stuff. Like, I don't even know what a superconscious and subconscious is.
Right.
So again,
especially if your major was not psychology, right?
And it wasn't. It was not psychology. So I just went deep sea diving. And so after 10 years, because I promised myself that I didn't want to be, I started network marketing when I was 19 as well. I did very well in network marketing as well. But the issue was that I've seen so many people selling things. You text me something that really stood out to me, which is why I'm honored to be here. And I told my family, just give me 45 minutes because I'll be right there. Just have breakfast. Here's my card number. Just have breakfast, okay? But it's because so many individuals are selling what they're not doing. They've taken a course and then they start promoting it or sharing it and they're only teaching theory.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you and I talked about a society, right? And you're like, oh, about the society?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. One of the things they always talk about is, who do you listen to? And so I made a promise to myself. I said, Alexis, you will not make a blog post, do all these notes, journal your life away, manuscript, but don't share a thing until you've actually tried this stuff. You haven't met Bob in real life yet. So you need to go ahead and
you need to go. Yes, absolutely.
These things. And when all of the things just
came into fruition.
Came into fruition with a bunch of challenges. I mean, I've been through all of the tests and they're still turning into testimonies to today.
Absolutely.
Grateful that I don't look like what I've been through and that I've been growing through what I'm going through because God knows. Because God knows. But that's how I got here essentially. And so that's why I'm so passionate, like, especially for millennials, because we have a special opportunity that our parents didn't have and that our next generation won't have either, because they're going to ensure that doesn't happen. Like, this is too much stuff going on. It's too much money. It's too much. There's too many things. And I realized that with $60 billion being transferred in 10 years, with the US dollar devaluing, with digital currency coming in, I'm also a certified cryptocurrency expert, right? So teaching people how digital assets work. There was no other way that I could do this besides stepping in this place. I'm an introvert. I'm like Jen. I don't want to talk. I like talking to people.
You are. Yeah, you are.
I do like talking to people, but I really would rather just be like praying or just to myself or, I don't even want to say with family all the time because sometimes I can't fully relate with them because my dreams are so big. But now I'm just on this mission. And so meeting you has been a complete honor and privilege because I want to do my best to serve as much as I can to eradicate financial illiteracy.
Absolutely. Position
women for this economic, I don't want to call it a crisis, but the economic condition that's approaching us. And just make sure that everyone is really tapped in, tuned in, and turned on to who they really are.
No, absolutely. And you know what? It's actually giving them CPR, giving them a life jacket, giving them a toolbox. Because you have to realize, oftentimes, most people, especially women, do not have the skill set nor the toolkit to navigate through, I would say, through turbulent times, especially when it's economic. And so I applaud you. I love you. I adore you. I'm so ecstatic just to have you as part of Global Women Speakers, being on the platform, just sharing your knowledge. You know, you're 28. And so I want to just ask each and every person that's listening, either they're watching live or they're going to catch a replay. I need you to follow Alexis. And it's not for me. It's not doing me a favor. It's not definitely not doing her a favor. It is for you. You never know when you're going to need the information. The information she just shared right here, she can easily say, book a call, and it's $500 for the hour, period. But she's here on Sunday Speaker Series, the very last Sunday Speaker Series of 2023 on New Year's Eve, saying, listen, this is what, not just what I heard, it's not what someone told me, this is what I've done. Did you hear that she was introduced to entrepreneurship at 16? Did you hear that she was a teenage mom and her baby was like my daughter, a drag baby? We drug them wherever we not a drug baby, a drag baby. They went with us because we didn't have anybody to babysit. We're like, you just got to come with me because I'm going. We didn't.
I mean, even back to school night. I mean, I think that was one of the most adorable nights I've ever had. Just back to school night was phenomenal because here I am. People are coming with their parents, but I'm coming as a parent.
Yes.
With all of my AP teachers, they're like, "Wait, you have a?"
They're like, "You have."
Yes, that's why I'm here at. That's why I'm here at 6:30, while the rest of the congregation gets here at 7:30. Like, I gotta be here earlier.
I love it, love it, love it.
I love that. But I'm curious to know, what are some of the goals for Global Women Speakers for 2024? Like, how can I serve, or how can I, leverage some of the value and information that I have to impact your community?
The reality is this, you always have your year of preparation. You always have your time of consecration. And so Global Women Speakers is the #1 platform for women entrepreneurs to speak on stages around the globe, share their message, sell their products and their services, network with women around the globe, travel internationally, and collaborate. We have 5 core pillars of Global Women Speakers. #1 is charity. We must give. No matter if you're giving of your time, your energy, of your resources, you must give. #2 is culture. John C. Maxwell says that culture will eat vision for lunch. Why do people want to Why do people want to be associated, and use Amazon, or why iPhone users it's all about the culture of those companies and what their leaders and their visionaries were all about. #3 is community. Community. We want to belong. You heard Jen say, listen, she didn't get the community at home. She didn't get the family, the relationships at home. So she took it to the streets. That's where she found her community, and they helped her thrive. Well, that's important. We want a community. #4 is communication. You got to communicate. Now, I know it's really hard for some people. You rather, instead of telling the person, you rather go tell someone else because it's easier. And I want to say this. Sometimes people don't want to come straight to you and talk to you about it because they love the attention that they get from talking about you. Why would they want to come and talk to you? And we want to communicate. We want to articulate our needs, our desires, our wants. And #5 is collaboration. Listen, collaboration is the new currency. I want you to find someone that's doing what you want to do, or someone who has your target audience, or someone that's smarter, someone that's making more money. Collaborate with them, tap into them so you can serve more people. It is so much bigger than you. And #6, Alexis, is cash flow. Because no matter how much we want to serve, if our needs are not met, physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and monetarily, if our needs are not met, we are not able to serve at our full capacity. We just can't. You can't give what you don't have. You can't teach what you don't know, and you can't lead where you've never been. And that's why, Alexis, you and I know about the society, because the reality is you have to be connected to a community. You have to be connected to a network of people. that stretches you and forces you. I did say force because sometimes you don't want to be uncomfortable, but there are places, there are people that will force you to level up, that will force you to become who you've been predestined and preordained to be. It's just the reality. I mean, at 16, you wanted to do other things, but you could not. You were immersed forcefully because you had, that's your dad, forcefully into another place. And I know oftentimes, especially as, you know, a 12-year-old, you felt uncomfortable sometimes. It wasn't what you were, it wasn't your norm. It wasn't your place of comfort. So
Right.
when you're faced in those situations, you could either be a chameleon and mold into that community, or you can rebel against it. Most people rebel against it.
Against it,
They
yeah.
miss out on the mission. They miss out on the dream. They miss out on the blessing. They
I
miss.
want to add one more thing too that also made a big difference. So before I became a teen mom, I was emancipated. Well,
What?
I want to say my son was already 6 months when I got emancipated. But prior to that,
Wait, how old were you when you were emancipated?
16.
My
dad essentially said, if you're grown enough to be pregnant, then you're grown enough to be out on your own.
Wow.
And I was like,
not really, Dad.
Not really. Like, this was not supposed to happen, Dad. But essentially, I have a family member who served in the Navy, and she was unable to have children. So she just basically said, hey, if you finish school, we'll help you with the baby. And I was like tetrified of an abortion. I'm like, oh my God, I can't do that. Like, it's two people. The dad didn't want that to happen. So I'm just like, okay.
Oh.
And the reason why that was such a drastic decision for me to make is because for 7 years prior to that, I was in foster care with 7 different foster homes. So me being home with my dad, I was only home with my dad for a year before I got pregnant. So I was like, oh no, just my got some stability.
Right. You're like, dang,
normality.
You know, I didn't have any time.
Here we go. But those situations, like even living with 7 different families, that's 7 different cultures. That's 7 different vibrations. Like, that's a lot.
Spirit, energy, yes. It was heavy.
Multiple things could have happened. I've seen, I still have some of the, foster sisters, or because I was always in home with girls. So foster sisters, the environment, they rebelled against it, and the laws of the universe are rebelling against them. Because the law of growth, the law of atrophy, the law or entropy, and all of those things, if you don't know about them, you're just violating them. And you're just living until they violate you.
They're going to come knocking at your door later, right? Wow.
Yeah, I know that those things definitely, and anyone who has been in, I like to call it a fragmented childhood, whether you're in foster care, you maybe had, went from parent to parent back and forth.
Right.
Like I said, being that young, I did have moments in time where I was just like, why be good if so many things are going wrong?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what, Alexis, being 12, being 14 and 16, you could have made a decision to do other things. You could have had the abortion. You could have ran away. Your emancipation could have meant like, okay, I'm out of here, right? But you elected to do something different. And I'm glad you touched on the subject of abortion, because when I got pregnant, I was 18 years old. It was my first time indulging in the activity. And I didn't want any kids unless I had two M's, married and a millionaire. That's the own standard that I put on myself. And so when I got pregnant, my first time indulging in activity, I was devastated. I had a full academic scholarship for electrical engineering, and I wanted to be a cardiothoracic surgeon. I just had my life planned out. And so I knew what it was going to be. I was a cheerleader. I felt 2 stories. And that's how I found out I was pregnant. I was on a balcony, and I told my boyfriend at the time, I was like, give me a kiss. And I leaned into him to get the kiss like this. And then when he got ready to kiss me, I was like, psych. And I jumped back. But I'm sitting on a banister on the 2nd level. And when I jumped back, of course, gravity, the law of gravity had its way, and I fell 2 stories. He tried to grab me, and so he just embraced me and fell with me with his arms wrapped around my body. And when I went to the hospital and had x-rays, they said that if he would not have embraced me, if his arm was not underneath my spine, that I could have been paralyzed. Not only that, but in the hospital, when I had x-rays, the doctor comes back and says, you know what, to my mom, you know, hey, she's healthy, she's young, she's athletic, she's good. She's going to have a little contusions and be bruised a little, but we have something else to tell you. She's pregnant. I began to weep, Alexis. I began to cry and say, I only did it once. All I did it was I was just crying, like I was bawling, and I saw all of my dreams and aspirations like they were trying to leave me, but I'm like, nope, and I grabbed them. I'm like, this is even more reason. So instead of my daughter, my precious daughter, who I love dearly, she is absolutely amazing. You know, instead of her being a hindrance, became a catalyst. It was more why I had to be successful. I did not want her to have the life that I had, that I was exposed to. And so I made sacrifices beyond unimaginable to make sure that she had a different life. And so I applaud you on going through. And those of you who, you know, got pregnant young or got pregnant by someone you didn't want to be with, or, you know, you thought about having an abortion, but you did not, you know, I applaud you. And for those of you who have had an abortion, my heart goes out to you as well, because I'm on both sides of the spectrum, right? I'm on both sides of the spectrum. And so we're not here. This is a no judgment zone. We're just saying that our glory and what we look like, and the things that we had to persevere, the things that we had to go through, the things that we've endured have been literally enough to break us, but it did not. Because our visions, our mind, she said money, market, and mindset, right? The mindset is first. It is the absolute engine. It is the engine of it all. Yeah. So,
Absolutely.
So yes, so number one, we're definitely going to go visit more countries. We have a Global Women series coming out, Global Women in Business, Global Women in PR, Global Women in Medicine, Global Women, and you name it. We have a very special project that's coming out very soon. We have a magazine. We have the Sunday Speaker Series. And most importantly, this year is really dedicated to each and every one of our members, especially the members of 2023, because our goal is to make sure that they create a six-figure income, an additional stream of income outside of what they already do. And Alexis, that's why you're here, because the reality is, if they want to become a six-figure income based on digital currency, crypto, insurance, and things of that nature, being their private funding, their private lending, and that's where you come in. And so we have a host of faculty, staff, of coaches that are going to help each and every woman that's a part of Global Women Speakers, because we are more than simply just an organization. We're not just people who go and share their services and their messages. No. It is so much better than that. We're helping people with digital products. We're helping people create a drop shipping store. We're helping people create a plethora of different streams of income for multiple reasons. And so I'm glad you asked that question. I'm glad that we are aligned. I am so proud of you. I know you hear probably all the time from your family, but you are unbelievable. I definitely am going to connect you with my daughter, because I would love for you to help with mindset. She's already doing an incredible job, but just imagine when you put people who are aligned. I believe in alignment before assignment, alignment before assignment. It can't happen. We can't do the same thing, right? We just can't. If our goals, our missions, our core values are different. And so alignment before assignment. And as one of my mentors, Del Toro, says, he says, if both of us are the same, then one of us is unnecessary. Both of us are the same, then one of us is unnecessary. And so I am so grateful to align with women from all walks of life. I mean, we've been to Paris, to Madrid, to Spain, to South Africa and Johannesburg and Cape Town. We've been to Nigeria and the Philippines and Dubai. We've had an amazing, amazing year. It's been unbelievable. And now we have some things that we want to do. We're going to move at a faster speed. We're going to operate at the highest level. And as I said before, I have made a lot of mistakes. I've procrastinated on some things. I didn't come through on some things. I've done a lot of things. And this is the year of reparation. This is the year that every single woman that is a part of global women speakers that will be brought to the forefront, that whose business will explode, whose speaking career will do some amazing things. Matter of fact, I think I see Dawn in the background. I do. Let's see, Dawn. She is one of our premier members of Global Women Speakers. And Alexis, we have her in the Success magazine, not a digital, not just, a graphic, but literally she is going to be on the newsstands February the 6th, like literally on the newsstands. I am so excited. Not only that, she's going to be also a part of the March, April women's edition of Success Magazine. And this broadcasting that they're going to do on March 13th is going to go out to 5 million, with the M, 5 million people. So I got to give a huge shout out to Dr. Don Minge from Wrightwood, California, and also Dr. Judy Wright out of New Jersey. I love it, love it, love it. They are amazing. Dr. Judy is a licensed physician. She is the medical director of Molina Healthcare. She is a self-care expert, and I am so proud of them. I really take it personal. I am so very proud, and I'm honored and thankful that God chose me to create a movement that is truly impacting people's life. And here's the deal. Even for the ones that felt that it was not a fit for them, or they came, they got what they needed, they're no longer with us. The reality is every single person, and I say this without hesitation, every single person that has come through Global Women Speakers has been impacted by someone they met or something they learned. Period, point blank, hands down. And I'm going to bring Dawn up. I'm waiting for her background, but as soon as she gets that up, I'm going to bring her up. But there's a gentleman all the way. Listen, he is all the way. Like, I can't even believe he's on here, because I'm going to actually bring everybody up really quickly, because it's just unbelievable of what's happening and the people that we're talking to. And so, are you there? Are you there? Look at him. There he is. Hi, Jakana, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you, Tina?
I'm incredible. And so when we talk about when we talk about, like, when we literally talk about being global, it's real. Like, we are literally global. We're all over the world. And so I had to bring everybody in, because this gentleman, you guys, I call him Dr. Sharma, even though he doesn't really like that, but he is the doctor. I want you guys, each of you, to listen to his story really quickly, because it's so powerful. It's really miraculous. And I know people use that term a lot, but I have chill bumps. I don't know if you can see the chicken skin. I have chill bumps, because what he has endured is unbelievable. And I'm starting to get teary-eyed. But Sharma, if you can just take it away really quickly. Ladies, you got to hear this for multiple reasons. And then Alexis, you talked about what you do. There's some things, some synergy that's going to be explosive. So really quickly, Dr. Shan, take it away. Dr. Sharma is in the building.
Thanks, Tina. Thanks. And let me begin with this. Anyone wants to know how the future is looking, call me, because I'm in down under right now, and I'm already celebrating New Year, because it's already 1st of January 2024. So I'm the future guy. If you want to know how the 2024 will do for you, you call me, okay? I'm your guy. Because I know for you,
Happy New Year.
Guys, yeah, thank you. And I'm no doctor, okay? Privilege to be here today.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Are you guys, is it choppy for you as well, or just for me? Can you hear?
Because of
Jakashan,
can you hear me?
the audio is going in and out. Let's see. Try again. Let's do
Okay.
this.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I absolutely love being live. I know a lot of people that will just record it because they want it to be impeccable, but there is
Yeah,
nothing like being live. Each and every person that you see today on New Year's Eve took time out of their lives from their families simply to be here to support Global Women Speakers and Sunday Speaker Series. So I say thank you. Thank you for being here live. Thank you for giving of your most valued asset, which is your time. It's one of the few things, if the only thing, that you cannot get back. You can't recreate. You can't put it in a safe deposit box. You will never get this time that you spent on this December 31st. You guys know this? Today is 12/23/23. It's literally 123/123. How powerful and impactful is that? Jackashan, take it away. Over to you.
correct, correct. Absolutely right. I hope you guys can hear me clearly because it's early morning for me. I was partying till 5 a.m. in the morning, and we were celebrating New Year. It's 7 a.m. I haven't slept yet. I'm right on my bed talking to you all, but I didn't wanted to miss this chance because Tina invited me a few months ago, but the timing didn't work out. But this time, I wanted to start my new year with this, okay? With all the beautiful ladies, the ladies, those who are empowering men around them, okay? Men around them, because let me tell you, okay, we need you more than anything else in this life, because whatever I am today, it's because of the women I have in my life. And when we talk about positivity, many might dismiss that it's a cliche, but I have lived through a journey where positivity was not just a word, but a lifeline. In 2015 October, on the 11th of October, I was made redundant from my work where I worked for more than 10 years. And you won't believe, just next day on the 12th of October, I was made into an unexpected car accident. And that devastated my life and turned me into a 360-degree angle and put me on the wheelchair. And you know what doctors told me? After 10 hours of my spinal surgery, that I will be never ever walk again in my entire life. That was the exact word when I got out of that 10-hour surgery, and that's what I was being told. Just imagine, as a migrant in Australia coming from India, worked my ass off, done everything right what I could do for my family. And the worst part was, just before 2 months ago, the accident, we had a baby girl, my first child, just 2 months ago, the accident. And 6 months ago, that in February 2020, 2015, I bought this house. So I had a financial responsibility on my shoulder. You see, I had to take care of my house, the new house, I had to take care of the new baby girl, and then I had to take care of my beautiful wife. But you see, that's what the life is. And during this dark phase, the women in my life were my beacon of hope. My mother and my sister, who stepped in and started supporting me financially from India. They were sending me money just to make sure that I have a roof on my head. They were paying for my mortgage. They became the rock. My wife, who was not only taking care of the 2 months old baby girl, but was also taking care of a 30-year-old man who was about to make a wrong decision in his life. And that decision was ending his life. And not once, not twice. 3 times I attempted to kill myself in 2016 when I was not able to bear that pain I was going through. And you see, there is always a way out. Because whatever you do in life, whatever you want to accomplish in your life, in order to have that, you need to give up something. Isn't that true? If you are trying to achieve millions of dollars, you need to give up your bad habits and do the right thing. If you want to lose weight, you need to give up all that junky foods you've been eating all your life and go to gym and do some exercise so you can lose some pounds. So in order to have something, you need to give up something. And that day came in November 2016 when I was sitting on that my new ride, the wheelchair, right in my drawing room. I saw my little girl who was already 9 months old by then. And I saw her playing so carefree. And I was like, Jackie, you got this beautiful women supporting you, giving you everything, all they have. Why you are giving up so easily? If I have choice, I and accept the as the as default.
Wow.
I didn't wanted to live my life by default. I wanted to live my life by design. And that's exactly what I want everyone to do, you see? Because look around you. Just imagine, just look around you. Everything except the nature is built by the people like you and me, the humankind. If you and me can build such a wonderful place around us, why we can't build our own life? Is that difficult? No, it's not. And I had to fight back, not just for me, but for them. Because human will do less for them, more for others, correct? And with every challenge, there was an opportunity of growth. My journey towards recovery was steeped into relentless determination. And the first thing I did when I had my mind straight, I started looking for the inspiring stories around me and started learning from them. Those who have conquered the mountains in their own life. Because the one thing I have learned while sitting on that wheelchair for 3.5 years is that if you cannot see the mountain, how steep the mountain is, you cannot fear the mountain. You see? And my aim after that was to empower and guide others to build their success story, to turn adversity into opportunity, to turn adversity into curiosity. Because I didn't wanted to let this go away. Because I was meant to sit on that wheelchair. You all are meant to sit here today and listen to me. It's not happening because it had to happen. It is happening because you are meant to live this life. I was meant to live that life. And after 3.5 years of dedicated hard work on myself, I proved those doctors wrong right in front of their eyes when I took my first 3 steps in 2019 February, right in front of the same doctors who told me that I won't walk again. The biggest lesson for me was the transformation of motivation into a tangible effort. Understanding that how important it is to have the right people around you, how important it is to work on this instead of working on this. You see, because if you can control your emotions, you can control your entire life, because 95% of the humans on this planet Earth make their decisions on the basis of emotions. We all make our decisions on the basis of the emotions. So if you can let that temporary emotions go away instead of taking the control, you can have a clarity. And that's exactly what I was able to do. When I got out of that adversity and I started thinking straight with clarity, not letting those emotions of self doubt, self sabotage taking over my life and putting my family into more worse situations, I took the control. Staying positive in the face of adversity isn't just comforting, it's transformative. It turns challenges into stepping stones for success.
Ooh,
Let me tell you that.
ooh, time out, time out. There are people saying that is unbelievable. So they have questions. I
Yes.
mean, woo. Mm-mm. I call him Dr. Sharma, you guys, and he
Mhm.
always prefaces that he is not a doctor. But I want to share this with you. I mean, he was, a man with a family that had goals, just purchased his home and was getting ready to have a baby. And, he was living his dream life literally and was in a car accident, had to have a 10-hour surgery. When our family members and our loved ones or someone goes into surgery, we pray, we believe that they're going to come out better than they were, right? With a short recovery, or that they will just come back to normal. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. 10-hour surgery, and they told him that he would never walk again, confined to a wheelchair. And I don't know if you heard in his story, he said, when I was sitting in that wheelchair. He said, when I was sitting in that wheelchair, that means past tense. That means past tense. And so it doesn't matter what people say, and it doesn't matter your current situation. He was literally not 20 years ago, not even 10 years ago, confined to a wheelchair. And he just shared with us, with each of us, that there were women in his life. There were women in his life that supported him, so much so that they paid the mortgage. They fed his family. He said he attempted suicide 3 times, not once, not twice. He didn't want to be here. And I can say that, oftentimes we feel that sometimes we can't live with certain things. And I have a friend that has been paralyzed for a very long time, and I always thank God. Like, I don't think that could be me. God gives us what we can handle. And so, for those of us that are able bodied, let's not take it for granted. For those of us that are expecting a miracle, if you are expecting a miracle, believe that they still happen, not just centuries ago, not just BC or AD, but they still happen today. And the reason why I invited my friend, my brother, is because he is unbelievable. I mean, how do you go from working a job, creating a family, to being immobile, to being paralyzed, to having the not diagnosis, but the prognosis of never walking again, never ambulating again? How does that happen? To becoming a multiple seven-figure businessman. How does that happen? And so I'm going to let him tell you how it happens. And so if you are just now logging in, if you are just now catching just a glimpse of this, this is our last Sunday Speaker Series of 2023, sponsored by Global Women Speakers, the #1 platform for women entrepreneurs to speak on stages, physically and virtually around the globe, share their messages, sell their products and their services, and network and collaborate with women around the globe. It is my absolute honor. It is a privilege to have him. He is not from the United States. He said he was up all night celebrating New Year's. He's already a visionary. He is into the new year. He's in 2024 talking to us now. And it only happens on our Sunday Speakers, sponsored by Global Women Speakers. How can you have someone from the future? I love it. And so, Dr. Sharma, I'm going to turn it back over to you, because the reality is, how do you go from being a working man, a working husband, getting ready to have a newborn baby, purchasing one of the largest gifts or purchases in your life, your home, to being paralyzed and not being able to make ends meet at all, where you were dependent on your mother, your sister, to becoming a multimillionaire? How does that work? I mean, that you are the pure definition. I mean, if I were to look up perseverance or a miracle in the dictionary, your picture would be right there. Like, so Dr. Sharma, over to you.
Thanks, Tina. Thanks. No, when we honor the past, we create open space for the future. But when we cling to the past, we are likely to repeat it again, you see. And that's exactly what I understood. I need to let go the past, okay, which I was holding on to. I was pitying myself. I was devastating myself because I was not able to accept it that at the age of 30, I'm still borrowing money from my mother. You know, I was not accepting that I'm taking help from my sister. I was not accepting that my wife had to clean my shit, change my clothes, take me to the shower, you see, because we humans, especially the men, are being told from generations that we are the protected and we are the survivors and we are the taken, we are the uh, uh, we are the protector for the family, you see. And that masculine power was hitting me again and again. And that was the reason why I attempted the suicide in the first place, you see. But when I started walking back again in 2019, I sat down with my wife one day. And you know what? You won't believe what happened that day. Those 3.5 years when I was sitting on the wheelchair, we hardly spoke to each other. But that day, when I sat down with her, for almost 2 hours, we just cried, looking at each other. And that was the pure emotions, no words. And she knew what I was saying through my tears, and I knew what she was saying to me at that moment. And I made a promise. I was like, whatever happens next, because I don't know if I'm gonna go back to the wheelchair, if I'm gonna able to walk more than 3 steps or 5 steps I have already taken. But I am gonna put my family into a position where they will not go out and beg for money to anyone. And from there, my journey started exploring the online world because I was hardly using Facebook before. I was not on Instagram. I was watching videos on YouTube just like other people do. But when I accepted that now I want to explore and I want to learn how to earn money by leveraging the things I have in front of me, because I can't go back to the job, but what I can do with the things I have right now. I had a laptop, I had an internet connections. I went on and I smashed every video about social media marketing on YouTube. I was reading articles, and from there, my journey started in the online world where I started making money through affiliate marketing, through brand collaborations, through doing YouTube ads for clients. And from there, I started my own social media agency in 2021. And at the same time, my because of that exposure, I met a beautiful lady who was so inspired by my story that he helped me to get my story featured on the Forbes magazine. And because of that, few months later, I started getting this DMs on Instagram and on Facebook that we saw your story and we want help and we are struggling with this. My son had an accident and he can't walk, but he's so negative that he doesn't listen to me. I was so overwhelmed. I was like, what can I do for these people? So I started doing Zoom calls with them. I gave them some ideas, some strategy, meditation, and mindfulness practices, which I used to do when I was sitting on the wheelchair. And it worked for them. And then they started sending me all those testimonials on my DMs, on my emails. And from there, I was like, hang on, I think I can do this. I can impact more lives through this, what I'm already sharing. And from there, it lead to a start of a dream chair club. And the name came from the article which was in Forbes named From Wheelchair to Dream Chair. So my article on Forbes was named Wheelchair to Dream Chair. I was like, if I want
Pause break. Listen. Woo! I see Don is down there smiling. Don, I mean, what you're feeling? Like, are you getting goosebumps and like I am? I mean, are you like, yeah, this is huge. I absolutely love it. I mean, I've heard the story, more than once, but it touches me the same every single time. And what a title, from wheelchair to dream chair. So much so that he has a dream chair club. Don, what are you feeling over down there?
Oh, well, I'm so glad that he's here to share his story and his inspiration for all of the people that really need to hear it.
Oof. And you know what, Dr. Sharma, I'm going to say the reality is it's not just for people that are in a physical wheelchair, because I believe that
yeah,
oftentimes even the ambulatory, right? Even the ambulatory becomes paralyzed in something that we don't deliver our gift, that we don't operate at our full capacity. And so I
yeah,
just think it's symbolism as well. Just hearing you talk about those 3 years, everyone goes through a phase
yeah,
of either hibernation, incubation, or desperation, the wilderness, if you will. And that 3 years is also symbolic. I love the fact that you just simply shared that, you didn't want to be here and how you overcame it and how you were in the same house with your wife who was doing her very best to cope as well, because it was just as hard as for her as it was for you, seeing her husband, her dream guy, as Dr. Sharon would say, simply hurting, because you were hurting so much so that you stopped talking. You stopped talking.
Yeah.
I mean, that, and for you guys to sit there at a time of communication, because communication doesn't have to be verbal, and crying.
No.
That was your verbal communication. It's not what's said, it's what's understood. And you guys both
Yeah.
understood each other. And so, yeah, so tell us more about the Dream Chair Club, and congratulations. I read your article in Forbes as well. Every time I invite someone to come and speak on the Sunday Speaker Series sponsored by Global Women Speakers, I always get overwhelmed, because it's just amazing how God has placed these people in my life that allows me to share my network with other people. And at first, initially, I used to like get upset because people would come and, they would want my network. They would want what I had to offer, but they never gave credit. They never did anything of the sort. And it used to hurt my feelings initially. And then one time said, what, God says, don't worry about it. I'm going to continue to give you more and more and more. Um, and be, so, yeah, so I'm just blown away just about our connection, our friendship, your story. Like, it was told to the world, and now you're telling it here on Sunday Speaker Series sponsored by Global Women Speakers. So go ahead. Dream Chair Club. What does the Dream Chair mean?
The whole concept behind this, Tina, was that everything happens in our life is because of the things we are connected with. You see, the reason why your and my frequency match is because we are on the same energy level. Even though you are sitting there in the States, I'm sitting here down under in Australia, but the energy matches. And when I was sitting and I was like, what I really want to do with this and how I want to impact and what should be my aim. So I was like, I was looking outside my window and I was like, the birds do not fly, they ride the wind. And the fish do not swim, they are carried. You see? The reason why is because the universe doesn't speak English, but it does speak energy. And I was like, I want to inbuild that energy into each and every person who's either struggling with self-sabotage or any physical trauma, mental trauma, overthinking, procrastinating, because the real cancer in today's world is the mental health problem. And nobody talks about that. If you pull out the stats of United States, every fourth person in United States has gone through a depression or anxiety in their life. And I was like, I have given this gift by the universe, by the God, by the Allah, by the, whatever you say. But it's my duty and my purpose to now put it forward. And that's how the Dream Chair Club came into the picture, where I am coaching people on one-on-one. I don't do group coaching because I believe in connecting with people on one-on-one level, because of the one reason only, because when you are alone with the person on the other side, it's easy for them to open up all their cards in front of you. So you can understand them very well and they can understand you very well. And I'm glad that since 2021, since I started Dream Chair Club, I have already helped more than 230 people around the world so far.
Over
Yeah.
200 people already with the
Yes.
Dream Chair Club. I
Yeah.
love it. How can I support? How can we as Global Women Speakers support Dream Chair Club?
You are already supporting me by just putting me here and letting me share my story, because see, end of the day, we all have the journey we have lived through, and if I am getting this opportunity just to connect, and you are exactly right, when you said that people come to you and they try to snitch the community you have built. It has happened with me as well, and I believe that nobody can snitch from you anything, because you have your story, I have my story, and I am the best person who can narrate my own journey than anybody else on this planet Earth. And you have already given me a chance to put my heart out here in front of the powerful women you have in your community.
Hey,
And
you know
I
what?
want
We're not just in the community right now, Dr. Sharma. We
Yeah.
are we are on my personal Facebook page. Don can share it to her
Yeah.
Facebook page as well. We're on my business
Yes.
page. We are on LinkedIn. We are in the group. We're on YouTube. So we are streaming everywhere. And it's
That's
important.
great.
Today is New Year's Eve. People are going to make resolutions or commitments or just want to do something different. They're going to want to make more money. They may need a social
Yes.
media marketing agency, right? They are going to want to publish a book. They may need Dr. Don to give them the steps, on how to become an international award-winning author. It's a difference. They may want to know how to join Global Women Speakers. They may want to know how to create an additional stream of income, because the top three resolutions are they want to lose weight, gain lean muscle mass, or just get healthier, right? Become
Yes.
more fit. The next one is make more money. People want to make more money year after
Money. Yes.
year because things are changing and everyone is feeling it, right? The pressure, or they just want more. And the
Yeah.
third one is they want to travel. They want to travel. They want to see the world. They want to meet more people. They want to do things differently. And so out of those top three, that's the statistics. And so you sharing, hearing from Dr. Don, and just being here on New Year's while other people are, sous chefing, preparing for their meal, or they're getting ready to find out what they're going to wear tonight, where they're going, where they're going to celebrate New Year's Eve. I have a lot of texts saying, "What are you doing tonight? What are you doing tonight?" And I would not want to be anywhere else than right here where I am, because this is our reasonable service. I believe that we all can make money doing anything that we want to do and making multiple streams of income, multiple millions of dollars. The reality is, at some point in our lives, we must get past a point of simply making money and being successful and start living a life of significance and contribution. And that's just where I am right now. And I'm so honored, so grateful to have Jennifer Hernandez, Dr. Don, and Sharma here. You guys are unbelievable. And so people are listening to your story. What I would love for everyone to do is I want you to give them your Instagram, give them your Facebook, give them your website on how to find you and how anyone, whether it's to overcome depression, whether it's to stop yourself from committing self harm, or it is to just build a 7-figure business. You want to definitely tap into Sharma. I'm telling you,
Of course.
yes, he did it from a chair. Like literally, he made a commitment to himself that his family would not beg, want, or borrow from anyone. And they are in a situation where they would never want any money from anywhere. And so, Sharma, I mean, shukriya, shukriya, shukriya. Namaste.
Thank you, Tina. No, thanks. Yeah, no, thanks a lot. And yes, you can easily find me on Instagram. That's the best place to DM me because I'm heavily active there. And I respond to each and every DM I get on Instagram. You can see the name right here. You can use the same name and you will see me on Instagram with this name, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on Twitter, same name, and you will find me everywhere. And the last final message, I want to give out to everyone is this, those who are listening to me, that remember our journey are unique, filled with challenges, but it's how we face them that defines us. With positive resilience and the unwavering support of those who believe in us, like my family did, my people did, there is no limit to what you can achieve, you know. And let me tell you, success is your duty. We all deserve success. Each and every person breathing on this planet deserves success. And self love is the gold mine of all the love. So, my friends, go out and kick it. 2024 belongs to you. Thank you, Tina. Really appreciate it.
Woo! Shukriya, Shukriya. In Hindi, that means thank you, Shukriya. I
Shukriya.
absolutely adore him. I mean, whoo, you guys, whoo, I don't know about you. I mean, Don was already like, she's glad that he's here. You know, he 3 attempts, he's still present. And so I know for a fact that God doesn't keep anything he can't use. And the fact that you have impacted over 200 lives by the Dream Cheer Club is unbelievable. I see we have Jennifer Hernandez, who is the top 1% of loan officers in the country. She is number one in the state of Illinois. And so Jen Hernandez, I mean, did you hear what he just shared? Did you hear how he went from being an upright working husband, getting ready to have his baby, car accident, 10-hour surgery, paralyzed for 3 years? They told him he would never, ever walk again. And to God be the glory that he is walking, thriving, created a multiple seven-figure empire to take care of him and his family. And he actually thanked the women of his life, his mother and his sister, for taking care of him during his darkest hour. So what's your thoughts, Jen? Over to you.
That it's incredible, and we're so grateful that you're here and all of the people that you've been able to bless. And guys, this goes back to like what I was saying in regards to our story, right? People want to say like, oh my gosh, why is this happening to me in my life? But no, you have to become grateful for why it's happening to you, because everything that happens to us is not to us, it's for us. And it's for him that he had to go through what he had to go through, but he's able to make that divine impact in the world and in all those people's lives only because of that, which is so beautiful. That's just you creating your superpower out of our darkest hour, right? Did you hear that? Superpower out of our darkest hour.
Boom.
That was
mic drop.
That's it. That's totally incredible. Such a superpower, so incredible. And in all of the lives that you're going to be able to impact in that story, because those people are going to probably go through the same feelings that you had.
Yeah.
Because you're sharing your story that maybe they won't, or they'll reach out to you and you can help give them that. And so that's what I'm hoping to do with this book. My book is out. It's on Amazon. No one can stop me but me. And just like he said, no one can stop you but you. So guys, buy this book. If you're not where you need to be, if you have trauma, self-sabotage, shame.
Yes, all of those things.
All of those things
we've all gone through. And Jen, you're for your podcast, I would love for you to have Dr. Sharma on it, because your audience needs to hear his story. If you just think about all the things that Ryan Blair, which is one of your mentors, and Tim Story, and all of these people have gone through. I mean, Sharma's story is
incredible,
powerful,
life-saving,
impactful, totally transformational, and that's just the reality. Yeah. So yes, so I want you guys to connect.
We will definitely connect.
Yes, definitely want to see him on the podcast. and he's in Australia.
Yes.
So there is a time difference. He said he's been out celebrating New Year's Eve and now New Year's Day, and he didn't go to sleep because he did not want to miss this episode. This is our last episode of 2023 of Sunday Speaker Series. I can tell you that exactly 1 year ago today, we were on this very same Sunday Speaker Series, but it was for 14 hours. It was only supposed to be for 2 hours. We went 4 hours, then we went 6 hours, and then everyone kept popping on, and then we went 8 hours, and then here comes Les Brown, and so we stayed for 14 hours long, and we did it again on January 1 of 2023, and I said, listen, ladies, we cannot do 14 hours again. I can't do it. I'm not up for it, so we're going to just do 4. That 4 went to 6 to 10 to 12, and we maxed it. I had to say, okay, you guys, it's been 14 hours with all due respect, and we had to close it out. And so we were intentional this time. We said, hey, it's going to be 4 hours on the 31st. It's our Sunday Speaker Series, and also 4 hours on January 1. And so, Don, I am so honored that you showed up, that you're here. You're always so ready. I mean, I've never literally had someone, listen, you guys, she is a teacher, became a teacher because of, you know, her mom, and she just helped out one summer and said, you know what, I'm gonna be a teacher, and she went all the way. She is Dr. Don. She has a PhD, and the population of students that she serves are the ones that are normally left out, the ones that are normally overlooked. And so when I talk about not wanting people who are like-minded but like-hearted, I know for a fact that each and every person that you will see on our Sunday Speaker Series are like-hearted, truly here to serve people, truly here to be more, to do more, to have more, so we can give more. It's all about a contribution. And so, Dr. Don, thank you for being here. Sharma, I want you to, if you're have the time, I want you to hang out for a couple minutes. People are putting questions inside of the chat and DMing me, and I'm like, wow. So I want to come back and ask you those questions.
Sure.
And if you are open to that, I know it's late there. I'm shocked that you're not in a coma right now.
I was already once, so I'm not interested in going back there.
Okay. So you're wide awake. Okay, you're awake and alert. I love that. Okay, so Dr. Don.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. You are a premier member of Global Women Speakers. You will always be here. I don't know how someone goes to saying, you know what, I'm just going to help out for a summer or one time and then end up just taking it on as a lifelong career. You are still in the educational space. So tell us about that. How did you get started?
I actually started going to junior college, and part of the classes was you could earn credit volunteering. At that time, I had 2 little girls, so couldn't afford babysitters. And I was able to work in my mom's classroom and earn childcare credit. So I actually was going to be a preschool teacher. And I started that. I didn't like it. The children were there like for 12 hours, and I didn't like that. So I met someone, and they said, oh, there's a job opening for assistants in special ed, which I had no experience in. I applied, and I actually waited because I heard horror stories. You know, someone threw a basketball off a roof and hurt someone. I'm like, oh, I can't do that. But I got brave, turned in my TB test, and started. And I was lucky. I got 2 wonderful mentor teachers. And it's now 28 years later. I have a PhD in curriculum instruction now, which I never imagined having. Like, it wasn't even in my thought process when I started. And I lecture at the local university, our new teachers, and I mentor. I'm an induction coach for our teachers within the county. And I did want to say a couple things to our guest. I teach students with moderate to severe disabilities, so they have a lot of challenges, multiple challenges. Some of them are in wheelchairs. And the most amazing thing they can ever say to a teacher is, I can do this myself. And they push us away. It's the independence that we were looking for. And you know, for maybe regular kids, you're kind of like, you know, you don't want them to that, but we all need to have that strength and the independence. And I can do this myself. Even if I don't do it right the first time, I can do this myself. And so I'm so glad that he is still here and he's sharing his story, because people need to hear it. They see him where he is now, and they can't imagine where he came from. So they need to understand what he went through. And yes, these things, you know, we kind of have this process where no one else has the feelings we have. No one else has gone through this hard time. But yes, we have, and we need to share it, and people need to be able to absorb it and to take it in and say, oh, I didn't know that, you know, oh, okay, I can do this too. Show me how to start. Sometimes the starting is the hardest thing to do. And when I was 16, I was in a car accident. We hit a drunk driver, and I spent 6 months in a body cast. So my junior year in high school was spent in a body cast. And my friends would come over and they would take care of me. What he was talking about, imagine being 16 or 17 and having to take care of your friend who was in a body cast. But I was told I would not have children. And I have three beautiful children. They're in their late 30s, 40s. I have 6 grandchildren. So you don't listen to what people are telling you. You listen to what your heart's telling you, and you keep fighting, because life is about fighting back and continuing to go. So I've already followed him on Instagram, and I wanted to thank him so much for sharing his story and being brave enough to share it, because that is hard.
Thanks, Dawn. Thanks. Really appreciate that.
I know it's hard to get out there, and you have to keep reliving what happened to you to share it with other people. And that's what your journey is in life. And so I'm really glad that you're here, and I hope that a lot of people, even parents who have children who are disabled, you know, you can bring them hope too, because they have hard lives, and a lot of them spend a lot of time in hospitals and just not even understanding what the process of what's going on in their lives and their children's lives. And so, you know, we all need that inspiration. And
exactly.
So part of that, actually, I have a children's series that I've developed. When I was getting divorced, I started writing my books and traveling, and I actually included several of my students in the book. So we have autism, Down syndrome, visual impairments, all sorts of things. And the students in my books, they're actual my students. Everyone in my books are real people, real adventures, but they're living their lives. I have a little girl who has Rett syndrome. She's in a wheelchair. She can hardly pick her arms up, but her mom is there with her, and she's explaining to the queen, who is named my grandmother, but they're my adventures. But she's explaining why her mom has to help her and what Rett syndrome is. But she's going to school, she has friends, and she's making lace because she's in Hawaii. But, you know, I have a student who has autism, and he was my actual student, Connor, and he had a communication device. And so they're at the Volcanic National Park learning about volcanoes. He's with his dad, and he's showing the queen his communication device and teaching her how to use it to speak to him. And so when a children's reading a book about Hawaii and volcanoes and sharks, they come upon Connor. And when they see children at school or somewhere who have a communication device, which is an iPad, or they're using it on their phone, they don't say, well, why does he get to play games and I don't? And it's a communication device. And then you put your attention to it so that you can communicate with this child. And just because they're nonverbal does not mean they don't understand you or they can't communicate with you. And so that's part of what I do in my life, is add inclusion. And my books are great for ESL learners, and they're used extensively in a classroom in Washington where people are immigrating from Africa and Mexico and China, and they have no skills in English. I have a man who came off the savannah in Africa, and he used my books to learn to count, to learn to read. His mother's using the books. His daughter, who's 6, is using the books. And it's just amazing. I never thought when I started my journey that I would be impacting people all over the world, just like you didn't know that. You know, you don't know where your journey is going to lead you. And what you have to do is keep following the journey. And I just joined Global Women Speakers in August, I think it was August, September. And I've already learned so much from the other members, from Tina herself. I don't know if she even realizes how much I'm learning. I'm just a little quieter about it. But she's given me a lot of experiences, a lot of hints, and some suggestions. And it's a great way to network and get yourself out there into the world.
Exactly right. And I think the communication is the best way to move forward, because if you, I have an analogy that which I use, that whenever you go to the church, mosque, or a temple, you go and ask, yes, in front of the God. Why do you ask? He's a God. He will just give you, isn't it? But it doesn't work like that. You still go and ask for it. So if you need help, if you want to achieve something, if you want to conquer something, if you want to put your message out there, you need to communicate. You need to ask. You need to talk. You need to go out, step out of your comfort zone. You know,
Yes.
and I'm really really thankful to you that you are doing this, because let me tell you that my sister is also a mental health social worker, and she works with this, especially with the kids, those who are struggling with autism, you know, ADHD, and a lot of other issues. So I can certainly resonate where you come from, you know, whatever you just said, because my sister, she does talks to me sometimes, you know, when she gets overwhelmed
Yes.
by her clients and all. So yeah, I know. And how do people can access your books? Because I'm interested in looking at your books, so I can guide my sister to have a look, and she might can use those books for her clients. You know.
Oh, absolutely. I'd love to talk to her if she'd like. I'm all over Amazon, Barnes and Noble.
Okay.
She can actually DM me I'm on Facebook, Dawn Menge
Yeah.
1, Instagram, Dawn Menge, Twitter, Queen Vernita. And I can tell her my books are pre-K to 6th grade, so the children can actually grow up with them. And
Great.
the pre-K to 3rd and 4th grade are repetitious, which is great for autism, ESL learners, emergent readers, and they're based on the calendar skills. So each month is a new friend, a new subject, and they do 7 facts about it. And so the children don't even know that they're learning, which is a great thing.
Yeah.
Or she can take one page and have them concentrate on that. And the wonderful thing is it teaches children how big the world is and how many experiences are out there. I have one on camping and the desert and Wyoming. And yes, she can contact me directly, and
I will. I will ask her to. I will ask her to DM you on Instagram, because I have just followed you.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. So I will ask her to DM you, and then ask her to connect with you so she can learn more and, you know, find those books out, and it
That's
can be a
wonderful.
help for her. Yeah,
That's
that's
wonderful.
great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, my pleasure. My pleasure.
That's absolutely what we do. That's why number 5. What's number 5 of the 5 C's, Don? Do you remember?
Number 1 is charity.
Yes, charity, culture, community, communication. 5 is collaboration. And that's exactly what this is about. He's like, you had no idea his sister was in that space. That I never knew his sister was in this space. But what I do know is that the people that come on Sunday Speaker Series, sponsored by Global Women Speakers every single Sunday, there's always a common denominator. I don't just say, well, hey, I want to have Don. It just comes to me and I invite the people, and the people that show up, or the people that are meant to be here, or the people that's meant to be impactful, the people that are equipping and empowering other people to thrive, survive, and to truly, truly, truly live to their fullest capacity. Because it's an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem. All of us need each other to survive, whether we think so or not. Your books, Don, are helping people that you would never ever meet,
I
that you would
never imagined.
never ever know, all around the world, internationally. And so you being a valued member of Global Women Speakers, it just speaks volume to your heart, and you wanting to go more, faster. You want to go further, faster.
Well, don't we all?
Absolutely.
But I did want to say about public speaking, for those that are listening and thinking about joining or trying it. I did an assembly. My brother actually is an astronomer, and we wrote this book together.
Oh,
Can you see it?
yeah. Now
And we did, you can't really see him, but we did an assembly at an elementary school. I did the kindergartners with my pre-K book, and he did the astronomy one. And I was standing in the back, and there was third and fourth graders, and he introduced me and told them what I did. And this little boy just starts talking, and he was talking about his sister. She had been in a special ed class, not mine, but another special ed class, and she had just passed away. And so because I was a SPED teacher, he connected with me, and he started opening up about his sister and started talking about it. And after the assembly, his teachers told us that he hadn't been talking at all. He had been, so hurt by it. So we went and found him and gave him a set of the books and, a couple of hugs. But when you're speaking, when you start, you have an objective in mind of what you want to say, but you have to listen to your audience too, and who you're with and what it is they're bringing to the table. And it might not be anything like what you thought when you started, but you have to listen. And I was there to teach kindergartners the calendar skills, and my brother was there to teach astronomy. He's an astronomer, and we impacted a child immensely and probably changed his life at that moment, not knowing that's what was going to happen. So you really have to be open to what is being offered to you. Oh, you're muted. Tina, you're muted.
Hey, I just said the best things. This always happens when you're muted. I was saying that's just a part, showing up. Showing up. You never know how you're going to be used unless you show up. That truly, in my humble opinion, is 80% just showing up, being present. Most of the connections, most of the people, most of the relationships that I have been because I showed up. I was in the room. I was actually there physically. I was giving up my time. And Sharma talks about energy. And I mean, it really, like, listen, did you hear what he said? Birds do not fly. He said birds do not fly. He said they are what? They're
Birds do not fly, they ride the wind.
wind. Yes.
Yeah, and fish do not
Fish do
swim,
not
they are
swim.
carried.
They're carried, and they are carried. They're carried by the current.
Yeah.
Wow. So you just got to show up. You got to show up, and either something or someone is going to be the wind beneath your wings, or someone or something is going to carry you to that place that you could not go by yourself.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, showing up. And speaking of showing up, a huge shout out to Dr. Sharon Arundel, Jennifer Hernandez, Alexis Holyfield, Dr. Dom Mind, as well as the Sharma. Yes, the Dream Chair Club founder and creator, impacting lives. And so I promised that we would do this for literally for 4 hours. But I have people text me saying, hey, can I get on? Can I come now? Can I come now? So without further ado, what I would like to do is I talked about Dawn, and I wanted Dawn to share about her books. But I also want Dawn to tell us, I mean, she's very humble. She's received some amazing awards. She just came back, I think, from Ireland,
Yes.
if I'm not mistaken. And so tell us about your journey, and then tell us how you can serve people. You're serving the world through your books. Outside of your books, you also can teach, guide, mentor people on how to become a bestseller, how to create a series, etc. So, Don, we are going to move out of the way. Sharma and myself, we're going to yield the floor over to you. I want you to go ahead and take it away. So, Don, over to you.
All right. I actually never share my awards, so this time I brought them with me. This is what I just got in Ireland. It was the Global Women Speakers Award. I'm sorry, the Global Woman TV Award, and you can't see it. We went to Ireland, and it was beautiful. And then I have Book Excellence Award and a film industry, the Conquering Disabilities with Film Festival. I just came back from Atlanta, Georgia, and got a medal for the All Stars Authors Conference and the magazine. So I'm here to tell you, outstanding creators. I was also an international best-selling. I was part of an anthology. There we are. Mothers. It was a mother's prayer, and I wrote a letter about my 3 daughters in here, and it became an international bestseller. I've been on the front of magazines, Electric Brains. And this is from India. This was all last year. As Miss Tina mentioned, I'm going to be in the Success magazine for women with influence. So I am here to show you how to become an author, how to find your inspiration, how to get out there, because it's hard and it's scary to get out there and start going to book events and promoting your books. And my philosophy is you don't think about the money, you think about who you're impacting. So when you're offered an opportunity, you think, who am I going to impact? You know, what am I going to get out of this? Or what is someone else going to get out of this? I'm here to show you how to enter film festivals and how to publish your book, and what are some of the guidelines, and how to find an illustrator that works for you, because that's a very intimate relationship. It really is with your illustrator. Mine takes my personal pictures from my vacations, pictures of my children, my grandchildren, my friends, and she incorporates them into my illustrations. So they're very important. So I'm here to show you. I have right now a 20-step, very easy step on how to enter your books, your screenplays, your book trailers, anything you might have in artistic realm into film festivals. And then once you become a winner, I've won over 35 awards at this point. I just had a children's book. It just got published like 3 weeks ago. It's already won 17 film awards for best book all over the world. And so I have a 20-step instructions, on how to enter the film festivals. And once you become an award-winning author, how to enter them into the IMBD server, and so that people can find you, producers, actresses, anything that you want, how to attend film festivals all over the world. They're amazing. So that's why I am here, is to show you how to send your message out into the world and be successful at it.
Donna's like, that's what I'm here to show you. So we're waiting. I'm sitting here with my pen and paper. I'm like, what's like? She's like, that's what I'm here to show you. And she said that like 4 times. So I'm like, okay, show us. Like,
no. You have to take a little bit. So if you send me an email to queenvernita'svisitors@yahoo.com.
Hey, you're gonna have to put that email on the screen. You're going to have to put that email on the screen, ma'am. Yes, we need to see that. Absolutely.
Let's see if I can figure out how to do that. She thinks I can.
Oh, you know what? Go ahead and say it, and I will go ahead and type it. I work for you, Don.
I am not Zoom and StreamYard literate yet. It's queenvernita'svisitors@yahoo.com. Or you can DM me on Facebook. It's Dawn Menge 1. And the cost is $9.95, and then I will send you my 20-step on becoming a film festival star.
Okay, Don, it's Queen Vernita's
Visitors.
Okay, awesome.
At yahoo.com.
You see that? It just says Queen right now, but hold on, I'm going.
I'll put that all too in the chat when we get off. All my contact.
Perfect. But I just want to put it now for those that are watching live. Listen, I want you to share this. If you are getting any value from any of the things that we've shared, any of the guests, anything that you feel that's valuable, that's actionable, that you can use right now to catapult or to propel you, your business, and your brand into 2024. I want you to share this. I want you to watch it live. I want you to catch a replay, because guess what? We will come back tomorrow. Different guests, same guests. They may pop in. You never know. It depends on their schedule, but they are really giving of their time, giving of their resources, and most importantly, giving of their knowledge, the things that they've invested. We've all invested like money like dollars. I've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars into what I've learned, what I know, and we're sharing it here freely on Sunday Speaker Series, sponsored by globalwomenspeakers.com. No one is paid to be here. They are simply here giving of themselves in servitude. And for that, I am grateful. So it's queenbernitasvisitors.com. queenbernitasvisitors.com, and it's going to be on the screen in 2 and 2. So Dom, back over to you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, it's queenbernitasvisitors@yahoo.com. Yes, if you send me or send $9.95 to Dawn Menge PayPal and give me your email address, and I'll be sure and send it to you. And then if you have any questions, be sure and ask me. It's a lot of fun to enter them. It's a lot of fun to go to the film festivals and see them in person. You can see all of the movies that are made, and from phones, from more production. And some of them are just absolutely amazing. And you get to meet producers and directors and actors and actresses and musicians. And it's just amazing. I got to go to my first after party it was in October, right before I went to Ireland. And it was just, you just meet so many amazing people. And I really suggest you do it. People don't know they can enter their books into film festivals. And that's actually what I started doing. I saw the director of the Conquering Disabilities of Film Festival on Facebook, and I like to try new things. So I asked her, can I enter my book? I don't have a screenplay, and I don't have anything like that, but I had a book, and she said, absolutely. So I entered, and I won the Special Recognition Champion Award from the Conquering Disabilities with Film Festival, because I'm adding disabilities to my books. And from there, I went to Vegas. I went to a film festival that had 50 other film festivals. I got to watch the stunt people who are in major movies get awards. I got to meet Alec Baldwin at breakfast. I mean, you get to meet all sorts of really wonderful people, and they're all very kind, and it's a lot of fun. So just send me an email or go ahead and send $9.95 to Dawn Menge and PayPal. And I will be sure and get you that, and I will walk you through it if you need me to. But the important thing is, once you've won, you have to put all of your information on the IMBD website so that people can see what you're winning, and they can see your products and your stories, and maybe you will become a TV legend.
I love that, Don. That was spoken just like a legend. We have another legend backstage. Yes. So is that correct? Is that queenbernitasvisitors.com? Is that correct?
At yahoo.com. Yes.
Yes. Okay. It's on the screen. I promise that it'll be there. Like the guy from, I think it was from Family Feud, be back in 2 and 2. I said it'll be there. So thank you, Don. That is awesome. And I know you said $9.97, but as you already know, I always like to ask for a special for Global Women Speakers and the people who are spending New Year's Day simply watching, or the people who are going to invest the time to literally catch the replay. Can we give them a New Year's special, if you will?
Well, I can give the first 3 people that contact me the information for free for Happy New Year.
Whoa, so, wait.
Sure.
Hold on. No. Listen, you said $9.97. That's $1,000 US. I said, hey, can you do something special for New Year's Day? I've never seen anyone go from
$9.95.
Thank you for correcting that. Thank you. See, there you go. Yeah, because $9.97 means a lot to a lot of people, right?
Oh yeah, no. Just $9.95.
Excellent. So for $9.95, we're just going to say $10. Okay. For $10, 10 measly dollars. It's a pittance. And I know it may be a lot for some people, but I promise you what she's going to give you. I was talking about earlier about 3 types of income. And we said passive, residual, and leveraged income. And what Don is offering for $10, do you know, are you aware that you can actually offer it somewhere for $20, for $30? So please email Don at queenbernitasvisitors@yahoo.com, or most importantly, just send her $10. Get the list of where you can have your book, where you can, she said at different shows and I mean, a plethora of different things. I don't even know what it is, but I think I'm gonna buy it because I'm going to add it to, I'm not gonna sell it, but I am going to add it as a value add to women who join Global Women Speakers. I just want to give them as much as possible. We're gonna have how to publish your book, how to be seen at trade shows and how to create a digital product, the how-tos of the how-tos will be literally at Global Women Speakers. And for those of you who have enjoyed this, you would like to be a sponsor or a speaker, we're not going anywhere, Dr. Sharma, so don't go anywhere. He's like,
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question for Dawn. Okay. I was been manifesting this, and I think this is the year for me to get started on this, which is having my first book out there on my story. Okay. So my question to you is that I don't know anything about how to get started to write my book. Okay. So what is your top 3 advice for me to do first before I begin anything with my book?
Love it.
Well, for you, I would make sure that you have a solid foundation on what it is that you want to bring to the world. What is it that you want to say? You know exactly what you want to say, then you can build your story from that. What part of your story do you think is important for your audience to know? How you ended up, where you ended up. I definitely start with that your life was going really well, because people think, their lives are going well and then, this stuff happens. But, you had your life going, you were ready to go, and tragedy struck, because it does. That's what happens. That's what life does. But when you're done writing your book, make sure that what you really want people to get from your book, you've included it. Sometimes we get lost in the story and we forget to tell them what it is we wanted them to know,
Exactly.
or we think when we read our own information, our own writing, we read what we thought we wrote.
Yes.
We read what we thought we said. But if you let someone completely objective read what you've written, they might get something completely different out of it that you didn't even know. So make sure that you can join writing groups in your local area. They're free, and they'll critique your work. They will help you. They will encourage you. Sometimes they won't be very nice, but you listen, but you only take what you need from it. I had a book that I wrote about something that happened to me, and it wasn't pleasant, but I wrote a book on it, and I took it to a critique group, and they said, well, you can't. It started once upon a time. It's a children's book. You can't write that. You can't do that. And they wanted me to completely change it. And I'm like, no, it was a story about what happened to me. I'm not going to change it. And it's been read all over the world. Children love it. It teaches great life lessons. So just for you, I would just begin writing an outline down.
Okay.
And most importantly, what's your message to the world? Make sure that you are giving that when you write it.
Yeah. And I think, that's the thing which was stopping me to begin with. The reason why, because that structure and the flow, which you just mentioned about that, what you really want your audience to read and take it from the book,
I would outline, if you're going to write it in chapters, I would outline the chapters of your journey from beginning, what happened.
Yeah.
And then as you're writing it, how much information do they need to know? Do they need to know the details of your hospital stay, of the car accident? Like the details, your struggle. How did you get help? What did you start? How did you even start talking to people all over the world and helping them? How did they even know about you, from the article? Okay, how did you get the article? And just making sure that as you're going through that, your vision stays intact, because it does get lost in the nitty gritty and all the details. And you don't want it to become too difficult for your reader to read.
Correct.
you know.
Correct. No,
And,
thanks for that.
and when you're done, then
Yeah.
you enter it in the Conquering Disabilities with Film Festival. All right.
Oh, when I'm done, I'm getting back to you.
Oh, okay. Well, don't wait till you're done. But you might find out it once you start,
Yeah.
it'll just flow right out and you'll know what you want to say.
Yeah. No, I was thinking about that since this year. Not this year, last year now. 2023, I was manifesting it, but that start I'm looking for. And you are right. Once I will start, it will just go with the flow. But
Yeah.
that start, that clarity, that how should I structure? But I think the thing which I had in my mind was chapters. And you are absolutely right that I should outline my chapters, what I did, what should I name my chapters and what I want to include and exclude, so I know where I have to start from now. Yeah.
And
Thanks for that, Dawn. Yeah.
And it may change as you're going along.
Exactly.
You might not even remember some details that when you're starting to write it down, that, that's important that you weren't thinking of right at that moment. And so just be ready to try to change your path a little bit. Sometimes you have to start all over, but you just have to keep doing it until you feel good about what it says.
And what is this a certain word limit when you are writing your first book? Is kind of you can only certain limit to the words, or you can just write as much as you want?
The only word limits I've ever heard of is when they have them for children's books. And I went to a lot of Society of Children's Book Writers and Illustrators conferences, which I suggest, which wouldn't fit for your book probably, but there are different levels of groups. But what they said was, listen to the rules and then don't follow them if you don't want to. It's your book. It's your story. I can't imagine there's a rule of how many words you can write. If you don't think you have enough words, you could do sometimes they have workbooks, which might be good with your business, creating a workbook so that other people going through it can journal their journey also. And that might be another way to express yourself through them. So just think about the different options that you have. But I think if you're worried that you don't have enough words, that you will have plenty.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I have a lot of words.
I love it. Okay, so you guys, that is why it's so amazing. We've been here since 12, and it was supposed to be from 12 to 4. It is 4:10. I'm stoked because here's the deal. We just want Don, we just want Sharma, Jennifer, Alexis, Dr. Sharon, and everyone else to simply connect. Remember, Global Women Speakers, 5 core values: charity, culture, community, communication, collaboration, and of course, cash flow. And so, Don, you've been absolutely incredible. I would love for you to tell us again what you're offering and for how much. Is $10? Really just $10? That's crazy, Don. Really $10? You know what? And that's just for today though, right? Because
yes, just
January
for today.
Just $20. Okay.
Just for the New Year's Eve special and New Year's Day.
So,
yes. So I have compiled a 20-step list on how to enter, step by step, how to enter film festivals, how to find them. And then once you've become an award-winning author, creator, whatever your specialty is, then I've shown you how to enter all your things on the IMBD website so that you can be seen and you can display all the awards that you've won. So the producers and directors and writers can see your work. And it's $9.95 today and tomorrow.
$9.95. $10,
and you
guys.
Yeah, $10. You can contact me on Facebook, Dawn Menge 1. And if you go into my Facebook for my books, all my books are actually also $10. I have albums of the books and the pictures and things where they were created from the adventures. And you can contact me if you want to know what level you need for your child or your grandchild or your classroom. Dawn Mensch 1 at Facebook, Dawn Mensch at Instagram, Queen Vernita at Twitter. I'm on LinkedIn, and I have a website, queenvernita.net.
Awesome. And so I'm going to say this, right? Today is December the 31st of 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, this day will never, ever happen again in history. It is 12/31/23. That is 123, 123. 123, 123. This day will never, ever happen in history. And it's just chronological, just the numbers, but none of the days, any of the days that elapse will never happen again in history. And so it is our reasonable service. It is our moral and social obligation to maximize each and every day, right? You never know if you will be in a car accident, have a surgery, and be told that you will no longer be ambulatory. You will never know if your mom, who you see when you come home every day, will be in a car accident and be in a coma for 3 months. That was my story. Dawn, she was a high school senior from a car accident. So we are all collectively, I didn't know that we all had that in a commonality. That would be the common denominator. But I am going to warn, to beseech, to beg, to plead that you live each day daily. I am not a fan of the cliche YOLO, you only live once. No. You don't live once. You live daily. And when you have that paradigm shift that you live daily, YLD, you live daily. When you have that paradigm shift, and every day you're going to be like, I'm alive, I'm going to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I am going to do those things. But when you say once, it's kind of like procrastination. I want to go to the Bahamas. I want to go to the Maldives. I want to go to Egypt. I want to go to Africa. I want to go to Dubai. I want to go to Australia. Yeah, I'm going to do it soon. But when you realize that you live daily, you're going to say, I'm going to go tomorrow. I'm going to go next week, not in 2025, not next year. That's that you only live once. I'm going to go next year. Next year is not promised. Tomorrow's not promised. You've heard stories here that collaborate that, right? So you cannot do those things. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the screen, you can follow Dr. Sharma, and you can call him that too. He's going to get me, but it's okay. You can follow him on Instagram. You see Queen Vernita's visitors at yahoo.com. And Dawn said it's 20 steps, and she's charging just the investment for yourself is only $10. I'm here to say that today's prices will not be tomorrow's prices. And so if you don't get it today at $10, it will go up to $20. It's 20 steps for $20. It simply makes sense. And most importantly, wouldn't you like to be at a film festival? Wouldn't you like to be an award-winning author, or have your documentary or your documentary or your just whatever? When you want to be an award-winning whatever, yes, you do. We want the accolades. We love to be acknowledged. Matter of fact, praise and acknowledgement is one of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We want to be accepted. We want to be acknowledged. We want to be appreciated. We want those things because we are human beings. And so with that said, you guys, I'm stoked. I'm excited about what 2024 is bringing. Today is our grand finale of 2023, happening on 12/23/23. I'm going to ask Don and then Dr. Sharma what is one. Oh, he left. Okay. I was going to ask him what is one thing that if he can leave with our viewers, our speakers, what is one thing that he can actually leave. But Dr. Don, you are still here. So really quickly, Queen Vernita's visitors at yahoo.com, $10 for 20 steps. You are worth it. Most importantly, buy that at $10. Ask any author, anyone who have a documentary, if they would like to be featured in a film festival and win awards and be part of IMB and all of those things. And they're going to say yes. And I promise you, they will invest $20 for it. They will invest $49 for it. So you get to name the price. And I can tell you, she's only saying the investment is only $10. Go for it. It is yours. So Don, really quickly, what are some of the takeaways or some of the something that you can offer someone to put in their toolkit that they can take away from today's episode of Sunday Speaker Series of 2023. Don, over to you.
Well, you can see that almost every one of us on here have had some kind of major challenge in our life that we've overcome, an obstacle. You look at us now and you think, oh, well, that was easy for them. No, no, it wasn't. We just kept going. We kept fighting. We kept finding it. If there was a block, we found a new path. And so I think the takeaway for everyone who's watching is everyone has a hard time at some point in their life, and we don't compare ourselves to other people. And we can take the good things from what other people are doing in their lives and how they manage to get past it and use it for ourselves or help our friends or our family that might need it, and realize that we're all here just getting through life. And, we shouldn't really, life is a competition, but we need to be supporting each other and helping each other. And I love the fact that global speakers, they help everybody around the world. I didn't get to go to the Philippines, but she had these young girls saying hi to me, and I sent them some books, and I'm like, but I want to be there. I want to go to the schools there, and I want to impact them with their reading and their adventures, and just see their happy, smiling faces. And so that's, you just have to get out there.
Yes, we will make that happen for you, Don. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for trusting the mission. Thank you for just being an integral part of Global Women Speakers. Thank you for being open to the suggestions. Thank you for not being afraid to invest in yourself and your mission and your vision, because you, my friend, are impacting people around the globe. When you have someone reading your books to learn English, without being a linguistics, without being an English teacher, without being a translator, like that is huge. And so my prayer is that God continues to bless you exceedingly abundantly, more than you could ever ask or imagine, to grant you your heart's desire and to continue to use you on a global spectrum. I know without a shadow of a doubt that this is just the beginning, and there's so much more in 2024. Mwah. Bye, Don. Thanks for being here.
Bye. Thanks for having me.
All righty. Those of you who are watching us live, we just want to say thank you for actually being here. Thank you for being a part of our last broadcast for Sunday Speaker Series on the last day of 2023. You have been nothing shy of amazing. It's because of you that we exist. There is an African proverb that's called Mbutu. I am because you are. I am because we are. I am because you are. I cannot exist without you. And because of that, I say thank you for being here. My name is Dr. Tina D. Lewis. I am the founder of Global Women Speakers. I am the creator of the Six Figure Incubator. I am a global business strategist, and I am inviting you to become a valued member of Global Women Speakers, positioning you on stages around the globe to share your message, sell your products and your services, and network with women entrepreneurs around the globe. There is so much more to it. I can tell you this, it's more than just an organization. It's a sisterhood. It's more than just that. It's an experience. And I can tell you this, you need to experience it for yourself. For yourself. There are a plethora of opportunities just waiting for you, whether you would like to do a TED Talk, a TED Salon, whether you want to be featured on billboards. There are so many things that await you. Whatever you want in 2024, it is yours. And I'm inviting you to align with us on our second year, on our mission. The first year was a year of practice. This year is game time. No, it's not game time. It is game over. But I had to share those 5 things that I mentioned in the beginning of this episode that I want to share with you. First of all, I want to say thank you and come back tomorrow. Tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern to 4 p.m. Eastern, we will have our grand finale continuation. There are going to be people here that are going to share some things that you can only get by making an investment, but they're going to share it tomorrow for absolutely free here on Global Women Speakers, okay, for our grand finale. So one, I just want to thank you for being here. Whether you're catching this live and you're here physically with me, thank you. Or whether you're going to catch the replay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Gracias, shukriya, mercy, and all of the other things in different languages. But I want to share this really quickly with you all. 3 things. Number 1 is oftentimes you're going to have a vision. You're going to be giving a download, and it's your job, it is your obligation to bring it into fruition. You're not going to have all the answers. You're not. You won't have the bandwidth. You won't have the skill set. There are some things that you just will not have, but I'm going to encourage you to do it anyway. Do it anyway. Do it anyway. Yes, yes, do it anyway. Number 2 is there's going to be people who you love, who you adore, who you want to help, who you actually help, and they will literally not give you credit. They will not mention your name. They will not want anyone to know that you helped them. Help them anyway. Help them anyway. Number 3 is that time is our most valuable asset. Yes, time is. It is the only thing that we cannot recreate. We can't make more of it. We can't hide it in a safe deposit box. We can't store it away for later. No, we cannot. So be very careful on what you do with your time. If you want to create something, set a time aside, maybe 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, however many hours you want to allot to that one thing, and only do that. Do not be distracted in this season. 2024 is absolutely the year of more. But here's the deal. It can also be the year of less, because it's not oftentimes what we need to learn to do or start doing. Sometimes it's the things we need to stop doing. And I know for myself, I have made an intentional, dead out, full-blown commitment to myself for 5 things. Number 1 is I want to take my wellness personal. I've always said that I wanted to have a 6-pack, and every time I get close to it, just a little bit closer, I fumble the ball. It looks good, I feel good, and I stop, but I don't achieve the goal. And that's that thing that separates a professional athlete from an athlete. Right? It's that thing that causes them to go all out massive action, that thing that causes them to go further, even in the midst of their exhaustion. And so, number 1, I am going to make my wellness personal. Number 2, the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to continue to travel the world. I want to explore the world. I have not been to Egypt. I have not been to the Maldives. I have not been to Bora Bora. I have not been to Costa Rica. I have not been to Anguilla. I have not been to a plethora of other places. And I'm making it my business intentionally this year to make sure that I go visit those places. Why? Because I am not a tree. You are not a tree. We were not meant to be in one place. And I'm not saying that you're not called to the nation. I'm not saying that you're not serving your community. I'm saying, but there's also an and. It does not have to be an either or. It can be an and world. And I encourage you to find that and. Number 3, I am going to collaborate like crazy. You know, oftentimes when you're on a mission and you find people that are aligned with you, that you guys are serving the same audience, it just simply makes sense to connect and to collaborate. And it doesn't mean you join forces with just anyone. You have to make sure that they also have your core values. Your core values. What are your core values? What is it that you look for in a mate? Because that's who you will look for in a business partner. You want someone that operates with integrity, someone that you can trust, someone that will say good things about you when you're not around. Someone that will also correct other people when you're not around. Also, someone who's willing to go all in on your vision, on your dream, because they know you would do the same for them. The other thing that I'm going to do for 2024 is I'm actually going to be still. And I'm going to be still for the first 90 days of the year. Why? Because I have some readjusting to do. I have some realigning to do. And here's the deal. Did you know that a rocket ship is off target over 90% of the time? A rocket ship. And it uses all its energy in the takeoff. And so it's okay if you took off slow, if you've been off target, if you got distracted in this season. But I am going to encourage you to put the first things first. Whatever that thing is that you should have done, could have done, and did not do, I'm going to say do it now. And that's another thing that I am going to do. The other thing I'm going to do is I am going to delegate so much so fast that it's going to be unbelievable. I know a lot of us feel that we're super women and men and that we can do it all ourselves. But the truth of the matter is we can't. We can't. So I'm going to encourage you to automate or delegate. Automate or delegate. And those of you who have not tapped into the digital space, it is an absolute must. Did you know that they're taking college degrees off of applications now? Because they don't really care. What matters is your experience. And so I'm going to ask you to pick up a trade, whether it's coding, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it's digital products, whether it's social media, whether it's publishing. Pick up another skill set that will give you another stream of income, passive, residual, or leveraged income. Another thing that I want to invite you to do is I want you to go back to the drawing board. Look at the things that could have went right, but they went wrong. Not because something was wrong with the plan, but because something was wrong with you. Something was wrong with me. There are oftentimes things that we need to overcome before we can go to the next level. And I can tell you I had a lot, and I've written them all down, and I am going to be laser focused on becoming the best Tina that I can possibly be. And I would be remiss to close out this Sunday speaker series of 2023 without saying, if I've ever done anything to anyone that's watching, listening, you have my sincere apologies, whether it was intentional or unintentional. I am here to serve and to make sure that everyone is winning, no matter what it looks like for them, because it's all about perspective. I am a huge fan of sisterhood and collaboration. And so those of you who saw my weaknesses, my flaws, and you stepped in and you helped or you prayed for me, thank you. For those of you who saw that I was moving and shaking, that I was connecting you with the right people in the right places, and you said thank you and you were grateful, thank you for that. And also for those of you who took advantage and wanted all information and didn't want to invest and wanted to be invited and wanted to be in rooms, and I placed you there, thank you. Thank you for that as well. And so the reality is, the world is truly not just our oyster, it is our playground. And my prayer is that each and every one of you that are listening to the sound of my voice, whether near or far, that God grants you your heart's desire, that he blesses you exceedingly abundantly more than you can ever ask or imagine, that he will give you the heart and the mind, that in the midst of disagreement, in the midst of confusion, in the midst of chaos, that you will find it deep in your soul, deep in your spirit, that you will be able to help, that you will be able to provide solace, that you would be able to be a servant-driven leader, that you would be able to offer a solution, that you would be able to contribute. And so I'm stoked that today is 123. It is 12/23/23. I have had a blast. This year has been both powerful, both exhilarating, rewarding, but also challenging. This year has also been hard. It's been hard. But I can share that I am so grateful, that I am so just simply in a state of gratitude that I have never had before. Because you see, on the 11th of November, I almost lost my life. I literally almost died. A little over 30 days ago, 6 weeks. And I can tell you, for me, that was an eye-opener. And everyone wants to have their opinion on why it happened. So I'm encouraging you to look at your life. Don't wait until you have a near cancer scare or a near death experience to truly tap into who you really are. To stop gossiping, to stop harming, to stop destroying, and stop bringing division, and to stop doing all of those things that does not serve you. Take a look at our own backyard. Take a look at what we're building, what we're creating. Your affirmation should include that you will build and not destroy. And so I don't know what your long-term goal is, but what I do know is that you have a gift inside of you, that you have greatness inside of you, that you were meant for such a time as this. There are people who did not make it. There are people who did not make it. And tomorrow when we wake up, there will be more, and I may be one of them. And so it's up to me to set the record straight. I am not perfect by far, but I can tell you that I strive every day to be the best version that I could possibly be. And I may miss the mark most of the times, but I am totally open to constructive criticism, to learning more, to becoming more, to doing more, so I can have more, so I can give more. And so I would love for you to become a part of Global Women Speakers. Go to globalwomenspeakers.com, complete the intake form. Let's get on a call. Let's make sure we're aligned. Let's make sure that I can personally help you achieve your goal, or my network can. I am connected to some amazing people. Amazing people. We started this January of 2023. There were people that met each other, that are doing business with each other, that have been in each other's books, that are being coached by each other, exchanging currencies together. There are people who have been invited to speak internationally on other people's stages that came from Global Women Speakers. There are people that are close friends because of it. There are people that are literally building a sisterhood because of Global Women Speakers. Period, hands down, point blank. And today has been nothing shy of explosive and amazing. It's been incredible, if you will. And tomorrow we will be here from 12 p.m. Eastern to 4 p.m. I invite you. We have more guests that's going to pour into you, that are going to share their stories, going to share their success and their failures. That's going to give you more to put into your toolkit that will help you build your brand, your business, and your bank account. I cannot wait for tomorrow. I am overwhelmed with joy. Just this year alone, in 2023, I've been to 7 countries. Started with Paris to Madrid to Nigeria, South Africa to Johannesburg and Cape Town, the Philippines, Dubai. It's been unbelievable. Unbelievable. And my prayer is that you get to live the life of your dreams. It doesn't mean that everything is going to be perfect. It does not mean that everything is exactly how you want it to be, but it does mean that it gives you a greater quality of life. And that, my friends, is what makes a difference. And so once again, globalwomenspeakers.com, 5 core values: charity, culture, communication, listen, community, and collaboration. And the last and final one is cash flow. Cash flow. It is what moves the economy. It is what allows you to build a legacy for yourself and for your family. And so I just want to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you from the top of my heart. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for your referrals. Thank you for your contribution. Because whether you know it or not, you are making a contribution. Whether you are a speaker, whether you are sharing our message, whether you're referring people, whether you're watching live, whether you're catching the replay, whether you've been a part of any of our promotions, our visibility, our gratitude summit, which we had, you matter. And once again, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. I am ecstatic. 12/23/23 would never have the same meaning. I'm humbled, I'm honored, and I am absolutely privileged that you chose to be here with me today. Happy New Year to each and every one of you. I declare and decree that your dreams, your expectations, your aspirations, your goals be achieved 10 times more. I declare perfect health over you. I declare finances. I declare your future be bright. I declare that no harm should come near you. I declare that you would be made whole. I declare that you would not lack anything. I declare that you will be the head and not the tail, that you will be above and not beneath, that you will be the lender and not the borrower. I declare that God will make your enemies your footstool. I declare that no wicked person, no wicked tongue, no backbiting, no gossip, that it will destroy you, but build you. I declare that your feet will go to countries, states, provinces that you've never gone, but your word, your vision, your mission will supersede you. I declare that people will bless you financially, emotionally, mentally, physically. I declare and decree that what is for you will find its way to you. I declare and decree that that idea, no matter what it is, how outrageous it seems, will come into fruition. I declare that you will be steadfast and immovable, that no matter what goes on around you, on the left, on the right side of you, that you will stay laser focused on what's for you. I declare and decree that we become the men and women that God has predestined and preordained us to be. And I just thank you from the top of my heart and from the of my spirit for being here. You guys, I am stoked. I'm happy. I'm super excited. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. Dr. Tina D. Lewis, I am signing off. I will see you same time tomorrow, same place. I love each and every one of you. And I am just in such gratitude that you are here. You mean the world to me. And I say this with the utmost sincerity. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good night for now. Happy New Year. Be safe. And may all your dreams come true. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.